Chapter 1 of the Just So stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 1. How the Whale Got His Throat. In the sea, once upon a time, oh my best beloved, there was a whale. And he ate fishes. He ate the starfish and the garfish and the crab and the dab and the plaice and the dace and the skate and his mate and the mackerel and the pickerel and the really truly twirly whirly eel. All the fishes he could find in all the sea he ate with his mouth. So, till at last there was only one small fish left in all the sea, and he was a small 'stute fish, and he swam a little behind the whale's right ear, so as to be out of harm's way. Then the whale stood up on his tail and said, "I'm hungry." And the small 'stute fish said in a small 'stute voice, "Noble and generous cetacean, have you ever tasted man?"
"No," said the whale. "What is it like?"
"Nice," said the small 'stute fish. "Nice, but nubbly."
"Then fetch me some," said the whale,
and he made the sea froth up with his tail. "One at a time is enough," said the 'stute fish. "If you swim to latitude 50 north, longitude 40 west, that is magic, you will find, sitting on a raft in the middle of the sea, with nothing on but a pair of blue canvas breeches and a pair of suspenders, you must not forget the suspenders, best beloved, and a jackknife, one shipwrecked mariner, who, it is only fair to tell you, is a man of infinite resource and sagacity." So the whale swam and swam to latitude 50 north, longitude 40 west, as fast as he could swim, and on a raft in the middle of the sea, with nothing to wear except a pair of blue canvas breeches, a pair of suspenders, you must particularly remember the suspenders, best beloved, and a jackknife, he found one single solitary shipwrecked mariner, trailing his toes in the water. He had his mummy's leave to paddle, or else he would never have done it, because he was a man of infinite resource and sagacity. Then the whale opened his mouth back and back and back, till it nearly touched his tail, and he swallowed the shipwrecked mariner, and the raft he was sitting on, and his blue canvas breeches, and the suspenders, which you must not forget, and the jackknife. He swallowed them all down into his warm, dark, inside cupboards. Then he smacked his lips, so, and turned round 3 times on his tail. But as soon as the mariner, who was a man of infinite resource and sagacity, found himself truly inside the whale's warm, dark, inside cupboards, he stumped and he jumped and he thumped and he bumped and he pranced and he danced and he banged and he clanged and he hit and he bit and he leaped and he creeped and he prowled and he howled and he hopped and he dropped and he cried and he sighed and he crawled and he bawled and he stepped and he leapt and he danced hornpipes where he shouldn't, and the whale felt most unhappy indeed. Have you forgotten the suspenders? So he said to the 'stute fish,
"This man is very nubbly, and besides, he is making me hiccup. What shall I do?"
"Tell him to come out," said the 'stute fish. So the whale called down his own throat to the shipwrecked mariner,
"Come out and behave yourself. I've got the hiccups."
"Nay, nay," said the mariner, "not so, but far otherwise. Take me to my natal shore and the white cliffs of Albion, and I'll think about it." And he began to dance more than ever. "You had better take him home," said the 'stute fish to the whale. "I ought to have warned you that he is a man of infinite resource and sagacity." So the whale swam and swam and swam, with both flippers and his tail, as hard as he could for the hiccups, and at last he saw the mariner's natal shore and the white cliffs of Albion, and he rushed halfway up the beach and opened his mouth wide and wide and wide and said,
"Change here for Winchester, Ashuelot, Nashua, Keene, and stations on the Fitchburg Road."
and just as he said "Fitch," the mariner walked out of his mouth. But while the whale had been swimming, the mariner, who was indeed a person of infinite resource and sagacity, had taken his jackknife and cut up the raft into a little square grating, all running criss-cross, and he had tied it firm with his suspenders. Now you know why you were not to forget the suspenders. And he dragged that grating good and tight into the whale's throat, and there it stuck. Then he recited the following shloka, which, as you have not heard it, I will now proceed to relate. By means of a grating, I have stopped your eating. For the mariner was also an Hibernian, and he stepped out on the shingle and went home to his mother, who had given him leave to trail his toes in the water. And he married and lived happily ever afterward. So did the whale. But from that day on, the grating in his throat, which he could neither cough up nor swallow down, prevented him eating anything except very, very small fish. And that is the reason why whales nowadays never eat men or boys or little girls. The small stute-fish went and hid himself in the mud under the door-sills of the equator. He was afraid that the whale might be angry with him. The sailor took the jackknife home. He was wearing the blue canvas breeches when he walked out on the shingle. The suspenders were left behind, you see, to tie the grating with. And that is the end of that tale. When the cabin portholes are dark and green because of the seas outside, when the ship goes whop with a wiggle between, and the steward falls into the soup tureen, and the trunks begin to slide, when Nursey lies on the floor in a heap, and Mummy tells you to let her sleep, and you aren't waked or washed or dressed, why then you will know, if you haven't guessed, you're 50 north and 40 west. Descriptions of the pictures by the author. 1. This is the picture of the whale swallowing the mariner with his infinite resource and sagacity, and the raft, and the jackknife, and his suspenders, which you must not forget. The buttony things are the mariner's suspenders, and you can see the knife close by them. He is sitting on the raft, but it's tilted up sideways so you don't see much of it. The whitey thing by the mariner's left hand is a piece of wood that he was trying to row the raft with when the whale came along. The piece of wood is called the jaws of a gaff. The mariner left it outside when he went in. The whale's name was Smiler, and the mariner was called Mr. Henry Albert Bivins, A.B. The little stute-fish is hiding under the whale's tummy, or else I would have drawn him. The reason that the sea looks so ooshy-scooshy is because the whale is sucking it all into his mouth so as to suck in Mr. Henry Albert Bivins, and the raft, and the jackknife, and the suspenders. You must never forget the suspenders. 2. Here is the whale looking for the little stute-fish, who's hiding under the door-sills of the equator. The little stute-fish's name was Bingle. He is hiding among the roots of the big seaweed that grows in front of the doors of the equator. I've drawn the doors of the equator. They are shut. They are always kept shut because a door ought always to be kept shut. The ropey thing right across is the equator itself, and the things that look like rocks are the two giants Moa and Koa that keep the equator in order. They drew the shadow pictures on the doors of the equator, and they carved all those twisty fishes under the doors. The beaky fish are called beak dolphins, and the other fish with the queer heads are called hammer-headed sharks. The whale never found the little stute-fish till he got over his temper, and then they became good friends again. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 2 of Just So Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. How the Camel Got His Hump. Now, this is the next tale, and it tells how the Camel got his big hump. In the beginning of years, when the world was so new and all, and the animals were just beginning to work for man, there was a Camel, and he lived in the middle of a howling desert, because he did not want to work, and besides he was a howler himself. So he ate sticks and thorns and tamarisks and milkweed and prickles. Most excruciating idle. And when anybody spoke to him, he said, "Humph." Just humph, and no more. Presently the horse came to him on Monday morning, with a saddle on his back and a bit in his mouth, and said, "O Camel, O Camel, come out and trot like the rest of us." "Humph," said the Camel, and the horse went away and told the man. Presently the dog came to him with a stick in his mouth, and said, "Camel, O Camel, come and fetch and carry like the rest of us." "Humph," said the Camel, and the dog went away and told the man. Presently the ox came to him with the yoke on his neck, and said, "Camel, O Camel, come and plough like the rest of us." "Humph," said the Camel, and the ox went away and told the man. At the end of the day the man called the horse and the dog and the ox together, and said, "Three, O three, I'm very sorry for you, with the world so new and all, but that humph thing in the desert can't work, or he would have been here by now. So I'm going to leave him alone, and you must work double time to make up for it." That made the three very angry, with the world so new and all, and they held a palaver and an indaba and a punchayet and a powwow on the edge of the desert, and the Camel came chewing on milkweed, most excruciating idle, and laughed at them. Then he said, "Humph," and went away again. Presently there came along the Jinn in charge of all deserts, rolling in a cloud of dust. Jinns always travel that way because it is magic, and he stopped to palaver and powwow with the three. "Jinn of all deserts," said the horse, "is it right for anyone to be idle with the world so new and all?" "Certainly not," said the Jinn. "Well," said the horse, "there's a thing in the middle of your howling desert, and he's a howler himself, with a long neck and long legs, and he hasn't done a stroke of work since Monday morning. He won't trot." "Phew," said the Jinn, whistling, "that's my Camel, for all the gold in Arabia. What does he say about it?" "He says, 'Humph,'" said the dog, "and he won't fetch and carry." "Does he say anything else?" "Only 'humph,' and he won't plough," said the ox. "Very good," said the Jinn. "I'll humph him if you will kindly wait a minute." The Jinn rolled himself up in his dust cloak and took a bearing across the desert, and found the Camel most excruciatingly idle, looking at his own reflection in a pool of water. "My long and bubbling friend," said the Jinn, "what's this I hear of your doing no work, with the world so new and all?" "Humph," said the Camel. The Jinn sat down with his chin in his hand and began to think a great magic, while the Camel looked at his own reflection in the pool of water. "You've given the three extra work since Monday morning, all on account of your excruciating idleness," said the Jinn, and went on thinking magics with his chin in his hand. "Humph," said the Camel. "I shouldn't say that again if I were you," said the Jinn. "You might say it once too often. Bubbles, I want you to work." And the Camel said "Humph" again. But no sooner had he said it than he saw his back, that he was so proud of, puffing up and puffing up into a great big lolloping humph. "Do you see that?" said the Jinn. "That's your very own humph that you've brought upon your very own self by not working. Today is Thursday, and you've done no work since Monday, when the work began. Now you are going to work." "How can I," said the Camel, "with this humph on my back?" "That's made a purpose," said the Jinn, "all because you missed those 3 days. You will be able to work now for 3 days without eating, because you can live on your humph. And don't you ever say I never did anything for you. Come out of the desert and go to the 3 and behave. Humph yourself." And the camel humphed himself, humph and all, and went away to join the 3. And from that day to this, the camel always wears a humph. We call it a hump now, not to hurt his feelings. But he has never yet caught up with the 3 days that he missed at the beginning of the world, and he has never yet learnt how to behave. The camel's hump is an ugly lump, which well you may see at the zoo, but uglier yet is the hump we get from having too little to do. Kiddies and grown-ups too, woo-woo. If we haven't enough to do, woo, we get the hump, the camellious hump, the hump that is black and blue. We climb out of bed with a frowsly head and a snarly, yarly voice. We shiver and scowl, and we grunt and we growl at our bath and our boots and our toys. And there ought to be a corner for me, and I know there is one for you, when we get the hump, the camellious hump, the hump that is black and blue. The cure for this ill is not to sit still, or frowst with a book by the fire, but to take a large hoe and a shovel also, and dig till you gently perspire. Then you will find that the sun and the wind and the gin of the garden too have lifted the hump, the horrible hump, the hump that is black and blue. I get it as well as you. If I haven't enough to do, we all get the hump, the camellious hump, kiddies and grown-ups too. Descriptions of the pictures by the author. 1. This is the picture of the Jinn making the beginnings of the magic that brought Humph to the camel. First he drew a line in the air with his finger, and it became solid, and then he made a cloud, and then he made an egg. You can see them both at the bottom of the picture. And then there was a magic pumpkin that turned into a big white flame. Then the Jinn took his magic fan and fanned that flame till the flame turned into a magic by itself. It was a good magic, and a very kind magic really, though it had to give the camel a humph because the camel was lazy. The Jinn in charge of all deserts was one of the nicest of the Jinns, so he would never do anything really unkind. 2. Here is the picture of the Jinn in charge of all deserts, guiding the magic with his magic fan. Camel is eating a twig of acacia, and he has just finished saying "humph" once too often. The Jinn told him he would, and so the humph is coming. The long towely thing growing out of the thing like an onion is the magic, and you can see the humph on its shoulder. The hump fits on the flat part of the camel's back. The camel is too busy looking at his own beautiful self in the pool of water to know what is going to happen to him. Underneath the truly picture is a picture of the world so new and all. There are 2 smoky volcanoes in it, some other mountains and some stones and a lake, and a black island and a twisty river and lots of other things, as well as a Noah's Ark. I couldn't draw all the deserts that the Jinn was in charge of, so I only drew one. But it is a most deserty desert. End of How the Camel Got His Hump. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 3 of Just So Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. How the Rhinoceros Got His Skin. Once upon a time, on an uninhabited island on the shores of the Red Sea, there lived a Parsee, from whose hat the rays of the sun were reflected in more than oriental splendor. And the Parsee lived by the Red Sea with nothing but his hat and his knife and a cooking stove of the kind that you must particularly never touch. And one day he took flour and water and currants and plums and sugar and things, and made himself one cake, which was 2 feet across and 3 feet thick. It was indeed a superior comestible. That's magic. And he put it on stove because he was allowed to cook on the stove. and he baked it and he baked it, till it was all done brown and smelt most sentimental. But just as he was going to eat it, there came down to the beach from the altogether uninhabited interior one rhinoceros, with a horn on his nose, two piggy eyes, and few manners. In those days the rhinoceros's skin fit him quite tight. There were no wrinkles in it anywhere. He looked exactly like a Noah's Ark rhinoceros, but of course much bigger. All the same, he had no manners then, and he has no manners now, and he never will have any manners. He said, "How?" And the Parsee left that cake and climbed to the top of a palm tree with nothing on but his hat, from which the rays of the sun were always reflected in more than oriental splendor. And the rhinoceros upset the oil stove with his nose, and the cake rolled on the sand, and he spiked that cake on the horn of his nose, and he ate it, and he went away, waving his tail, to the desolate and exclusively uninhabited interior, which abuts on the islands of Mazanderan, Socotra, and the promontories of the larger equinox. Then the Parsee came down from his palm tree, and put the stove on its legs, and recited the following sloka, which, as you have not heard, I will now proceed to relate. Them that takes cakes which the Parsee man bakes makes dreadful mistakes. And there was a great deal more in that than you would think, because 5 weeks later there was a heat wave in the Red Sea, and everybody took off all the clothes they had. The Parsee took off his hat, but the rhinoceros took off his skin and carried it over his shoulder as he came down to the beach to bathe. In those days it buttoned underneath with 3 buttons, and looked like a waterproof. He said nothing whatever about the Parsee's cake, because he had eaten it all, and he never had any manners, then, since, or henceforward. He waddled straight into the water and blew bubbles through his nose, leaving his skin on the beach. Presently the Parsee came by and found the skin, and he smiled, one smile that ran all round his face 2 times. Then he danced 3 times round the skin and rubbed his hands. Then he went to his camp and filled his hat with cake crumbs, for the Parsee never ate anything but cake, and he never swept out his camp. He took that skin, and he shook that skin, and he scrubbed that skin, and he rubbed that skin, just as full of old, dry, stale, tickly cake crumbs, and some burnt currants as ever it could possibly hold. Then he climbed to the top of his palm tree and waited for the rhinoceros to come out of the water and put it on. And the rhinoceros did. He buttoned it up with the 3 buttons, and it tickled like cake crumbs in bed. Then he wanted to scratch, but that made it worse. Then he lay down on the sands and rolled and rolled and rolled, and every time he rolled, the cake crumbs tickled him worse and worse and worse. Then he ran to the palm tree and rubbed and rubbed and rubbed himself against it. He rubbed so much and so hard that he rubbed his skin into a great fold over his shoulders, and another fold underneath, where the buttons used to be, but he rubbed the buttons off. And he rubbed some more folds over his legs, and it spoiled his temper, but it didn't make the least difference to the cake crumbs. They were inside his skin, and they tickled. So he went home very angry indeed, and horribly scratchy, and from that day to this every rhinoceros has great folds in his skin and a very bad temper, all on account of the cake crumbs inside. But the Parsee came down from his palm tree wearing his hat, from which the rays of the sun were reflected in more than oriental splendor, packed up his cooking stove, and went away in the direction of Orotavo, Amygdala, and the upper meadows of Antananarivo, and the marshes of Sonaput. This uninhabited island is off Cape Gardafui, by the beaches of Socotra and the pink Arabian Sea. But it's hot, too hot from Suez for the likes of you and me ever to go in a P&O and call on the cake Parsee. Descriptions of the pictures by the author. 1. This is the picture of the Parsee beginning to eat his cake on the uninhabited island in the Red Sea on a very hot day, and of the rhinoceros coming down from the altogether uninhabited interior, which, as you can truthfully see, is all rocky. The rhinoceros's skin is quite smooth, and the 3 buttons that button it up are underneath, so you can't see them. The squiggly things on the Parsee's hat are the rays of the sun reflected in more than oriental splendour, because if I had drawn real rays they would have filled up all the picture. The cake has currants in it, and the wheel thing lying on the sand in front belonged to one of Pharaoh's chariots when he tried to cross the Red Sea. The Parsee found it and kept it to play with. The Parsee's name was Pestonji Bomonji, and the rhinoceros was called Storks because he breathed through his mouth instead of his nose. I wouldn't ask anything about the cooking stove if I were you. 2. This is the Parsee Pestonji Bomonji sitting in his palm tree and watching the rhinoceros Storks bathing near the beach of the altogether uninhabited island after Storks had taken off his skin. The Parsee has put the cake crumbs into the skin, and he is smiling to think how they will tickle Storks when Storks puts it on again. The skin is just under the rocks below the palm tree in a cool place. That is why you can't see it. The Parsee is wearing a new more than oriental splendour hat of the sort that Parsees wear, and he has a knife in his hand to cut his name on palm trees. The black things on the islands out at sea are bits of ships that got wrecked going down the Red Sea, but all the passengers were saved and went home. The black thing in the water close to the shore is not a wreck at all. It is Storks the rhinoceros bathing without his skin. He was just as black underneath his skin as he was outside. I wouldn't ask anything about the cooking stove if I were you. End of How the Rhinoceros Got His Skin. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 4 of the Just So stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So stories by Rudyard Kipling. How the Leopard Got His Spots. In the days when everybody started fair, best beloved, the leopard lived in a place called the High Veld. Remember, it wasn't the Low Veld or the Bush Veld or the Sour Veld, but the exclusively bare, hot, shiny High Veld, where there was sand and sandy-coloured rock, and, exclusively, tufts of sandy yellowish grass. The giraffe and the zebra and the eland and the kudu and the hartebeest lived there, and they were exclusively sandy yellowish brownish all over. But the leopard, he was the exclusivest, sandiest, yellowish, brownest of them all, a greyish yellowish, catty-shaped kind of beast, and he matched the exclusively yellowish, greyish, brownish colour of the High Veld to one hair. This was very bad for the giraffe and the zebra and the rest of them, for he would lie down by a exclusively yellowish, greyish, brownish stone or clump of grass, and when the giraffe or the zebra or the eland or the kudu or the bushbuck or the bontybuck came by, he would surprise them out of their jumpsome lives. He would indeed. And also there was an Ethiopian with bows and arrows, a exclusively greyish, brownish, yellowish man he was then, who lived on the High Veld with the leopard, and the two used to hunt together, the Ethiopian with his bows and arrows, and the leopard exclusively with his teeth and claws, till the giraffe and the eland and the kudu and the quagga and all the rest of them didn't know which way to jump, best beloved, they didn't indeed. After a long time, things lived for ever so long in those days, they learnt to avoid anything that looked like a leopard or an Ethiopian, and, bit by bit, the giraffe began it because his legs were the longest, they went away from the High Veld. They scuttled for days and days and days, till they came to a great forest, exclusively full of trees and bushes and stripy, speckly, patchy, blatchy shadows, and there they hid, and after another long time, what with standing half in the shade and half out of it, and what with the slithery, slidey shadows of the trees falling on them, the giraffe grew blotchy, and the zebra grew stripy, and the eland and the kudu grew darker, with little wavy grey lines on their backs like bark on a tree trunk. And so, though you could hear them and smell them, you could very seldom see them, and then only when you knew precisely where to look. They had a beautiful time in the exclusively speckly shadows of the forest, while the leopard and the Ethiopian ran about over the exclusively greyish, yellowish, reddish high veldt outside, wondering where all their breakfasts and their dinners and their teas had gone. At last they were so hungry that they ate rats and beetles and rock rabbits, the leopard and the Ethiopian, and then they had the big tummy ache, both together, and then they met Baviaan, the dog-headed barking baboon, who is quite the wisest animal in all South Africa. Said leopard to Baviaan, and it was a very hot day, "Where has all the game gone?" And Baviaan winked. He knew. Said the Ethiopian to Baviaan, "Can you tell me the precise habitat of the aboriginal fauna?" That meant just the same thing, but the Ethiopian always used long words. He was a grown-up. And Baviaan winked. He knew. Then said Baviaan, "The game has gone into other spots, and my advice to you, leopard, is to go into other spots as soon as you can." And the Ethiopian said, "That's all very fine, but I wish to know whither the aboriginal fauna has migrated." Then said Baviaan, "The aboriginal fauna has joined the aboriginal flora, because it was high time for a change, and my advice to you, Ethiopian, is to change as soon as you can." That puzzled the leopard and the Ethiopian, but they set off to look for the aboriginal flora, and presently, after ever so many days, they saw a great, high, tall forest, full of tree trunks, all exclusively speckled and sprottled and spottled, dotted and dashed and slashed, and hatched and cross-hatched with shadows. Say that quickly aloud, and you'll see how very shadowy the forest must have been. "What is this," said the leopard, "that is so exclusively dark, and yet so full of little pieces of light?" "I don't know," said the Ethiopian, "but it ought to be the aboriginal flora. I can smell giraffe, and I can hear giraffe, but I can't see giraffe." "That's curious," said the leopard. "I suppose it's because we have just come in out of the sunshine. I can smell zebra, I can hear zebra, but I can't see zebra." "Wait a bit," said the Ethiopian. "It's a long time since we've hunted 'em. Perhaps we've forgotten what they were like." "Fiddle," said the leopard. "I remember them perfectly on the high veldt, especially their marrow bones. Giraffe is about 17 feet high, of a exclusively fulvous golden yellow from head to heel, and zebra is about 4½ feet high, of a exclusively grey fawn colour from head to heel." "Hm," said the Ethiopian, looking into the spickly shadows of the aboriginal flora forest. "Then they ought to show up in this dark place like ripe bananas in a smokehouse." But they didn't. The leopard and the Ethiopian hunted all day, and though they could smell them and hear them, they never saw one of them. "For goodness' sake," said leopard at tea time, "let us wait till it gets dark. This daylight hunting is a perfect scandal." So they waited till dark, and then leopard heard something breathing sniffily in the starlight that fell all stripy through the branches, and he jumped at the noise, and it smelt like zebra, and it felt like zebra, and when he knocked it down it kicked like zebra, but he couldn't see it. So he said, "Be quiet, oh you person without any form. I'm going to sit on your head till morning, because there is something about you that I don't understand." Presently he heard a grunt and a crash and a scramble, and the Ethiopian called out, "I've caught a thing that I can't see. It smells like giraffe, and it kicks like giraffe, but it hasn't any form." "Don't you trust it," said the leopard. "Sit on its head till morning, same as me. They haven't any form, any of 'em." So they sat down on them hard till bright morning time, and then leopard said, "What have you at your end of the table, brother?" The Ethiopian scratched his head and said, "It ought to be a exclusively rich fulvous orange tawny from head to heel, and it ought to be giraffe, but it is covered all over with chestnut blotches. What have you at your end of the table, brother?" And the leopard scratched his head and said, It ought to be exclusively a delicate greyish fawn, and it ought to be zebra, but it is covered all over with black and purple stripes. What in the world have you been doing to yourself, Zebra? Don't you know that if you were on the high veld I could see you 10 miles off, and you haven't any form?" "Yes," said the Zebra, "but this isn't the high veld, can't you see?" "I can now," said the Leopard, "but I couldn't all yesterday. How is it done?" "Let us up," said the Zebra, "and we will show you." They let the Zebra and the Giraffe get up, and the Zebra moved away to some little thorn bushes where the sunlight fell all stripy, and the Giraffe moved off to some tallish trees where the shadows fell all blotchy. "Now watch," said the Zebra and the Giraffe. "This is the way it's done. 1, 2, 3, and where's your breakfast?" Leopard stared, and Ethiopian stared, but all they could see were stripy shadows and blotched shadows in the forest, and never a sign of Zebra and Giraffe. They had just walked off and hidden themselves in the shadowy forests. "Hi, hi!" said the Ethiopian. "That's a trick worth learning. Take a lesson by it, Leopard. You show up in this dark place like a bar of soap in a coal scuttle." "Ho, ho!" said the Leopard. "Would it surprise you very much to know that you show up in this dark place like a mustard plaster on a sack of coals?" "Well, calling names won't catch dinner," said the Ethiopian. "The long and the little of it is that we don't match our backgrounds. I'm going to take Bavian's advice. He told me I ought to change, and as I've nothing to change except my skin, I'm going to change that." "What to?" said the Leopard, tremendously excited. "To a nice working blackish brownish colour, with a little purple in it and touches of slaty blue. That will be the very thing for hiding in hollows and behind trees." So he changed his skin then and there, and the Leopard was more excited than ever. He had never seen a man change his skin before. "But what about me?" he said, when the Ethiopian had worked his last little finger into his fine new black skin. "You take Bavian's advice too. He told you to go into spots." "So I did," said the Leopard. "I went into other spots as fast as I could. I went into this spot with you, and a lot of good it has done me." "Oh," said the Ethiopian, "Bavian didn't mean spots in South Africa. He meant spots on your skin." "What's the use of that?" said the Leopard. "Think of Giraffe," said the Ethiopian, "or, if you prefer stripes, think of Zebra. They find their spots and stripes give them per feet satisfaction." Said the Leopard. "I wouldn't look like Zebra, not for ever so." "Well, make up your mind," said the Ethiopian, "because I'd hate to go hunting without you, but I must if you insist on looking like a sunflower against a tarred fence." "I'll take spots then," said Leopard, "but don't make 'em too vulgar big. I wouldn't look like Giraffe, not for ever so." "I'll make 'em with the tips of my fingers," said the Ethiopian. "There's plenty of black left on my skin still. Stand over." Then the Ethiopian put his 5 fingers close together. There was plenty of black left on his new skin still, and he pressed them all over the Leopard, and wherever the 5 fingers touched they left 5 little black marks, all close together. You can see them on any leopard skin you like, Best Beloved. Sometimes the fingers slipped and the marks got a little blurred, but if you look closely at any leopard now, you will see that there are always 5 spots of 5 fat black finger tips. "Now you're a beauty," said the Ethiopian. "You can lie out on the bare ground and look like a heap of pebbles. You can lie out on the naked rocks and look like a piece of pudding stone. You can lie out on a leafy branch and look like sunshine sifting through the leaves. And you can lie right across the centre of a path and look like nothing in particular. Think of that and purr." "But if I'm all this," said the Leopard, "why didn't you go spotty too?" "Oh, plain black's best for a nigger," said the Ethiopian. "Now come along and we'll see if we can't get even with Mr. 1, 2, 3. Where's your breakfast?" So they went away and lived happily ever afterward, Best Beloved. That is all. Oh, now and then you'll hear grown-ups say, "Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots?" I don't think even grown-ups would keep on saying such a silly thing if the leopard and the Ethiopian hadn't done it once. Do you? But they will never do it again, best beloved. They are quite contented as they are. I am the most wise Baviaan, saying in the most wise tones, let us melt into the landscape, just us two by our lones. People can come in a carriage, calling, but Mummy is there. Yes, I can go if you take me. Nurse says she don't care. Let's go up to the pigsties and sit on the farmyard rails. Let's say things to the bunnies and watch 'em skitter their tails. Let's anything, Daddy, so long as it's you and me, and going truly exploring and not being in till tea. Here's your boots, I've brought 'em, and here's your cap and stick, and here's your pipe and tobacco. Oh, come along out of it quick. Descriptions of the pictures by the author. 1. This is wise Baviaan, the dog-headed baboon, who is quite the wisest animal in all South Africa. I have drawn him from a statue that I made up out of my own head. I have written his name on his belt and on his shoulder and on the thing he is sitting on. I have written it in what is not called Coptic and hieroglyphic and cuneiformic and Bengalic and Burmic and Hebric, all because he is so wise. He is not beautiful, but he is very wise, and I should like to paint him with paint-box colours, but I'm not allowed. The umbrella-ish thing about his head is his conventional mane. 2. This is the picture of the leopard and the Ethiopian after they had taken wise Baviaan's advice, and the leopard had gone into other spots, and the Ethiopian had changed his skin. The Ethiopian was really a Negro, so his name was Sambo. The leopard was called Spots, and he has been called Spots ever since. They are out hunting in the spickly, speckly forest, and they are looking for Mr. 123, where's your breakfast? If you look a little, you will see Mr. 123 not far away. The Ethiopian has hidden behind a splotchy, blotchy tree because it matches his skin, and the leopard is lying beside a spickly, speckly bank of stones because it matches his spots. Mr. 123, where's your breakfast? Is standing up eating leaves from a tall tree. This is really a puzzle picture, like Find the Cat. End of How the Leopard Got His Spots. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 5 of Just So Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 5. The Elephant's Child. In the high and far-off times, the elephant, O best beloved, had no trunk. He had only a blackish, bulgy nose, as big as a boot, that he could wriggle about from side to side, but he couldn't pick up things with it. But there was one elephant, a new elephant, an elephant's child, who was full of satiable courteosity. And that means he asked ever so many questions, and he lived in Africa, and he filled all Africa with his satiable courteosities. He asked his tall aunt, the ostrich, why her tail feathers grew just so, and his tall aunt, the ostrich, spanked him with her hard, hard claw. He asked his tall uncle, the giraffe, what made his skin spotty, and his tall uncle, the giraffe, spanked him with his hard, hard hoof. And still he was full of satiable courteosity. He asked his broad aunt, the hippopotamus, why her eyes were red, and his broad aunt, the hippopotamus, spanked him with her broad, broad hoof. And he asked his hairy uncle, the baboon, why melons tasted just so, and his hairy uncle, the baboon, spanked him with his hairy, hairy paw. And still he was full of satiable courteosity. He asked questions about everything that he saw, or heard, or felt, or smelt, or touched, and all his uncles and his aunts spanked him. And still he was full of satiable courteosity. One fine morning, in the middle of the procession of the equinoxes, this satiable elephant's child asked a new, fine question that he had never asked before. He asked, "What does the crocodile have for dinner?" Then everybody said, "Hush!" in such a loud and dreadful tone, and they spanked him immediately and directly, without stopping for a long time. By and by, when that was finished, he came upon the colo bird sitting in the middle of a wait-a-bit thorn bush, and he said, "My father has spanked me, and my mother has spanked me. All my aunts and uncles have spanked me for my satiable courteosity, and I still want to know what the crocodile has for dinner." Then the colo bird said with a mournful cry, "Go to the banks of the great grey green greasy Limpopo River, all set about with fever trees, and find out." That very next morning, when there was nothing left of the equinoxes, because the procession had proceeded according to precedent, this satiable elephant's child took 100 pounds of bananas, the little short red kind, and 100 pounds of sugar cane, the long purple kind, and 17 melons, the greeny crackly kind, and said to all his dear families, "Good-bye. I am going to the great grey green greasy Limpopo River, all set about with fever trees, to find out what the crocodile has for dinner." And they all spanked him once more for luck, though he asked them most politely to stop. Then he went away, a little warm but not at all astonished, eating melons and throwing the rind about because he could not pick it up. He went from Grahamstown to Kimberley, and from Kimberley to Khama's country, and from Khama's country he went east by north, eating melons all the time, till at last he came to the banks of the great grey green greasy Limpopo River, all set about with fever trees, precisely as the colo bird had said. Now you must know and understand, O best beloved, that till that very week, and day, and hour, and minute, this satiable elephant's child had never seen a crocodile, and did not know what one was like. It was all his satiable courteosity. The first thing that he found was a bicoloured python rock snake curled round a rock. "Excuse me," said the elephant's child most politely, "but have you seen such a thing as a crocodile in these promiscuous parts?" "Have I seen a crocodile?" said the bicoloured python rock snake in a voice of dreadful scorn. "What will you ask me next?" "Excuse me," said the elephant's child, "but could you kindly tell me what he has for dinner?" Then the bicoloured python rock snake uncoiled himself very quickly from the rock, and spanked the elephant's child with his scalesome flailsome tail. "That is odd," said the elephant's child, "because my father and my mother and my uncle and my aunt, not to mention my other aunt the hippopotamus, and my other uncle the baboon, have all spanked me for my satiable courteosity, and I suppose this is the same thing." So he said good-bye very politely to the bicoloured python rock snake, and helped him to coil up on the rock again, and went on, a little warm but not at all astonished, eating melons and throwing the rind about because he could not pick it up, till he trod on what he thought was a log of wood at the very edge of the great grey green greasy Limpopo River, all set about with fever trees. But it was really the crocodile, O best beloved, and the crocodile winked one eye like this. "Excuse me," said the elephant's child most politely, "but do you happen to have seen a crocodile in these promiscuous parts?" Then the crocodile winked the other eye, and lifted half his tail out of the mud, and the elephant's child stepped back most politely, because he did not wish to be spanked again. "Come hither, little one," said the crocodile. "Why do you ask such things?" "Excuse me," said the elephant's child most politely, "but my father has spanked me, and my mother has spanked me, not to mention my tall aunt the ostrich, and my tall uncle the giraffe, who can kick ever so hard, as well as my broad aunt the hippopotamus, and my hairy uncle the baboon, and including the bicoloured python rock snake, with his scalesome flailsome tail, just up the bank, who spanks harder than any of them. And so, if it's quite all the same to you, I don't want to be spanked any more." "Come hither, little one," said the crocodile, "for I am the crocodile," and he wept crocodile tears to show that it was true. Then the elephant's child grew all breathless and panted, and kneeled down on the bank and said, "You are the very person I've been looking for all these long days. Will you please tell me what you have for dinner?" "Come hither, little one," said the crocodile, "and I'll whisper." Then the elephant's child put his head down close to the crocodile's musky, tusky mouth, and the crocodile caught him by his little nose, which up to that very week, day, hour, and minute had been no bigger than a boot, though much more useful. I think, said the Crocodile, and he said it between his teeth like this, I think today I will begin with Elephant's Child. At this, O Best Beloved, the Elephant's Child was much annoyed, and he said, speaking through his nose like this, Let go, you're hurting me. Then the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake scuffled down from the bank and said, My young friend, if you do not now immediately and instantly pull as hard as ever you can, it is my opinion that your acquaintance in the large pattern leather ulster, and by this he meant the Crocodile, will jerk you into yonder limpid stream before you can say Jack Robinson. This is the way Bicoloured Python Rock Snakes always talk. Then the Elephant's Child sat back on his little haunches and pulled and pulled and pulled, and his nose began to stretch. And the Crocodile floundered into the water, making it all creamy with great sweeps of his tail, and he pulled and pulled and pulled. And the Elephant's Child's nose kept on stretching, and the Elephant's Child spread all his little four legs and pulled and pulled and pulled, and his nose kept on stretching, and the Crocodile threshed his tail like an oar, and he pulled and pulled and pulled, and at each pull the Elephant's Child's nose grew longer and longer, and it hurt him hideous. Then the Elephant's Child felt his legs slipping, and he said through his nose, which was now nearly 5 feet long, This is too much for me. Then the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake came down from the bank and knotted himself in a double clove hitch round the Elephant's Child's hind legs, and said, Rash and inexperienced traveller, we will now seriously devote ourselves to a little high tension, because if we do not, it is my impression that yonder self-propelling man of war with the armour-plated upper deck, and by this, O Best Beloved, he meant the Crocodile, will permanently vitiate your future career. This is the way all Bicoloured Python Rock Snakes always talk. So he pulled, and the Elephant's Child pulled, and the Crocodile pulled, but the Elephant's Child and the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake pulled hardest, and at last the Crocodile let go of the Elephant's Child's nose with a plop that you could hear all up and down the Limpopo. Then the Elephant's Child sat down, most hard and sudden, but first he was careful to say, Thank you, to the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake, and next he was kind to his poor pulled nose, and wrapped it up in cool banana leaves, and hung it in the great grey-green greasy Limpopo to cool. What are you doing that for? Said the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake. Excuse me, said the Elephant's Child, but my nose is badly out of shape, and I'm waiting for it to shrink. Then you will have to wait a long time, said the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake. Some people do not know what is good for them. The Elephant's Child sat there for 3 days waiting for his nose to shrink, but it never grew any shorter, and besides it made him squint. For, O Best Beloved, you will see and understand that the Crocodile had pulled it out into a really, truly trunk, same as all elephants have today. At the end of the 3rd day a fly came and stung him on the shoulder, and before he knew what he was doing, he lifted up his trunk and hit that fly dead with the end of it. Vantage number 1, said the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake. You couldn't have done that with a mere smear nose. Try and eat a little now. Before he thought what he was doing, the Elephant's Child put out his trunk and plucked a large bundle of grass, dusted it cleanly against his forelegs, and stuffed it into his own mouth. Vantage number 2, said the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake. You couldn't have done that with a mere smear nose. Don't you think the sun is very hot here? It is, said the Elephant's Child, and before he thought what he was doing, he slooped up a sloop of mud from the banks of the great grey-green greasy Limpopo and slapped it on his head, where it made a cool, sloopy, sloshy mud cap, all trickly behind his ears. Vantage number 3, said the Bicoloured Python Rock Snake. You couldn't have done that with a mere smear nose. How do you feel about being spanked again? Excuse me, said the Elephant's Child, but I should not like it at all. How would you like to spank somebody? said the bicoloured python rock snake. "I should like it very much indeed," said the elephant's child. "Well," said the bicoloured python rock snake, "you will find that new nose of yours very useful to spank people with." "Thank you," said the elephant's child. "I'll remember that. And now I think I'll go home to all my dear families and try." So the elephant's child went home across Africa, frisking and whisking his trunk. When he wanted fruit to eat, he pulled fruit down from a tree instead of waiting for it to fall as he used to do. When he wanted grass, he plucked grass up from the ground instead of going on his knees as he used to do. When flies bit him, he broke off the branch of a tree and used it as a fly whisk. And he made himself a new, cool, slushy, squashy mudcap whenever the sun was hot. When he felt lonely walking through Africa, he sang to himself down his trunk, and the noise was louder than several brass bands. He went especially out of his way to find a broad hippopotamus, though she was no relation of his, and he spanked her very hard to make sure that the bicoloured python rock snake had spoken the truth about his new trunk. The rest of the time he picked up the melon rinds he had dropped on his way to the Limpopo, for he was a tidy pachyderm. One dark evening he came back to all his dear families, and he coiled up his trunk and said, "How do you do?" They were very glad to see him, and immediately said, "Come here and be spanked for your satiable courteosity." "Pooh!" said the elephant's child. "I don't think you peoples know anything about spanking, but I do, and I'll show you." Then he uncurled his trunk and knocked two of his dear brothers head over heels. "Oh, bananas!" said they. "Where did you learn that trick? And what have you done to your nose?" "I got a new one from the crocodile on the banks of the great grey green greasy Limpopo River," said the elephant's child. "I asked him what he had for dinner, and he gave me this to keep." "It looks very ugly," said his hairy uncle the baboon. "It does," said the elephant's child, "but it's very useful." And he picked up his hairy uncle the baboon by one hairy leg and hove him into a hornet's nest. Then that bad elephant's child spanked all his dear families for a long time, till they were very warm and greatly astonished. He pulled out his tall ostrich aunt's tail feathers, and he caught his tall uncle the giraffe by the hind leg and dragged him through a thorn bush, and he shouted at his broad aunt the hippopotamus and blew bubbles into her ear when she was sleeping in the water after meals, but he never let anyone touch the colo bird. At last things grew so exciting that his dear families went off one by one in a hurry to the banks of the great grey green greasy Limpopo River, all set about with fever trees, to borrow new noses from the crocodile. When they came back, nobody spanked anybody any more, and ever since that day, O best beloved, all the elephants you will ever see, besides all those that you won't, have trunks precisely like the trunk of the satiable elephant's child. I keep 6 honest serving men, they taught me all I knew. Their names are what and where and when, and how and why and who. I send them over land and sea, I send them east and west, but after they have worked for me, I give them all a rest. I let them rest from 9 till 5, for I am busy then, as well as breakfast, lunch, and tea, for they are hungry men. But different folk have different views. I know a person small. She keeps 10 million serving men, who get no rest at all. She sends them abroad on her own affairs. From the second she opens her eyes, 1 million hows, 2 million wheres, and 7 million whys.
Descriptions of the pictures by the author. 1. This is the elephant's child having his nose pulled by the crocodile. He is much surprised and astonished and hurt, and he is talking through his nose and saying, "Let go, you are hurting me." He is pulling very hard, and so is the crocodile, but the bicoloured python rock snake is hurrying through the water to help the elephant's child. All that black stuff is the banks of the great grey green greasy Limpopo River, but I'm not allowed to paint these pictures. And the botley tree with the twisty roots and the 8 leaves is one of the fever trees that grow there. Underneath the truly picture are shadows of African animals walking into an African ark. There are 2 lions, 2 ostriches, 2 oxen, 2 camels, 2 sheep, and 2 other things that look like rats, but I think they are rock rabbits. They don't mean anything. I put them in because I thought they looked pretty. and they would look very fine if I were allowed to paint them. 2. This is just a picture of the elephant's child going to pull bananas off a banana tree after he had got his fine new long trunk. I don't think it's a very nice picture, but I couldn't make it any better because elephants and bananas are hard to draw. The streaky things behind the elephant's child mean squodgy, marshy country somewhere in Africa. The elephant's child made most of his mud cakes out of the mud that he found there. I think it would look better if you painted the banana tree green and the elephant's child red.
End of The Elephant's Child. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. The Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 6. The Sing-Song of Old Man Kangaroo. Not always was the kangaroo as now we do behold him, but a different animal with 4 short legs. He was grey and he was woolly, and his pride was inordinate. He danced on an outcrop in the middle of Australia, and he went to the little god Nkwa. He went to Nkwa at 6 before breakfast, saying, "Make me different from all other animals by 5 this afternoon." Up jumped Nkwa from his seat on the sand flat and shouted, "Go away!" He was grey and he was woolly, and his pride was inordinate. He danced on a rock ledge in the middle of Australia, and he went to the middle god Nkwing. He went to Nkwing at 8 after breakfast, saying, "Make me different from all other animals. Make me also wonderfully popular by 5 this afternoon." Up jumped Nkwing from his burrow in the spinifex and shouted, "Go away!" He was grey and he was woolly, and his pride was inordinate. He danced on a sandbank in the middle of Australia, and he went to the big god Nkwong. He went to Nkwong at 10 before dinner time, saying, "Make me different from all other animals. Make me popular and wonderfully run after by 5 this afternoon." Up jumped Nkwong from his bath in the salt pan and shouted, "Yes, I will." Nkwong called Dingo, Yellow Dog Dingo, always hungry, dusty in the sunshine, and showed him Kangaroo. Nkwong said, "Dingo, wake up, Dingo. Do you see that gentleman dancing on an ash pit? He wants to be popular and very truly run after. Dingo, make him so." Up jumped Dingo, Yellow Dog Dingo, and said, "What, that cat rabbit?" Off ran Dingo, Yellow Dog Dingo, always hungry, grinning like a coal scuttle, ran after Kangaroo. Off went the proud Kangaroo on his 4 little legs like a bunny. This, O beloved of mine, ends the first part of the tale. He ran through the desert, he ran through the mountains, he ran through the salt pans, he ran through the reed beds, he ran through the blue gums, he ran through the spinifex. He ran till his front legs ached. He had to. Still ran Dingo, Yellow Dog Dingo, always hungry, grinning like a rat trap, never getting nearer, never getting farther. Ran after Kangaroo. He had to. Still ran Kangaroo, Old Man Kangaroo. He ran through the tea trees, he ran through the mulga. He ran through the long grass, he ran through the short grass. He ran through the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer. He ran till his hind legs ached. He had to. Still ran Dingo, Yellow Dog Dingo, hungrier and hungrier, grinning like a horse collar, never getting nearer, never getting farther. And they came to the Wolgong River. Now there wasn't any bridge, and there wasn't any ferry boat, and Kangaroo didn't know how to get over. So he stood on his legs and hopped. He had to. He hopped through the flinders, he hopped through the cinders, he hopped through the deserts in the middle of Australia. He hopped like a kangaroo. First he hopped 1 yard, then he hopped 3 yards, then he hopped 5 yards, his legs growing stronger, his legs growing longer. He hadn't any time for rest or refreshment, and he wanted them very much. Still ran Dingo, Yellow Dog Dingo, very much bewildered, very much hungry, and wondering what in the world or out of it made Old Man Kangaroo hop. For he hopped like a cricket,
like a pea in a saucepan or a new rubber ball on a nursery floor. He had to. He tucked up his front legs, he hopped on his hind legs, he stuck out his tail for a balance weight behind him, and he hopped through the Darling Downs. He had to. Still ran Dingo, tired dog Dingo, hungrier and hungrier, very much bewildered, wondering when, in the world or out of it, would Old Man Kangaroo stop. Then came Quong from his bath in the salt pans, and said, "It's 5 o'clock." Down sat Dingo, poor dog Dingo, always hungry, dusky in the sunshine, hung out his tongue and howled. Down sat Kangaroo, Old Man Kangaroo, stuck out his tail like a milking stool behind him, and said, "Thank goodness that's finished." Then said Quong, who is always a gentleman, "Why aren't you grateful to Yellow Dog Dingo? Why don't you thank him for all he has done for you?" Then said Kangaroo, tired old Kangaroo, "He's chased me out of the homes of my childhood. He's chased me out of my regular meal times. He's altered my shape so I'll never get it back, and he's played Old Scratch with my legs." Then said Quong, "Perhaps I'm mistaken, but didn't you ask me to make you different from all other animals, as well as to make you very truly sought after? And now it is 5 o'clock." "Yes," said Kangaroo, "I wish that I hadn't. I thought you would do it by charms and incantations, but this is a practical joke." "Joke!" said Quong from his bath in the blue gums. "Say that again, and I'll whistle up Dingo and run your hind legs off." "No," said Kangaroo, "I must apologize. Legs are legs, and you needn't alter 'em so far as I'm concerned. I only meant to explain to your lordliness that I've had nothing to eat since this morning, and I'm very empty indeed." "Yes," said Dingo, Yellow Dog Dingo, "I'm in just the same situation. I've made him different from all other animals. But what may I have for my tea?" Then said Quong from his bath in the salt pan, "Come and ask me about it tomorrow, because I'm going to wash." So they were left in the middle of Australia, Old Man Kangaroo and Yellow Dog Dingo, and each said, "That's your fault." This is the mouth-filling song of a race that was run by a boomer, run in a single burst, only event of its kind, started by Big God and Quong from Warriga Borriga Rooma. Old Man Kangaroo first, Yellow Dog Dingo behind. Kangaroo bounded away, his back legs working like pistons, bounded from morning till dark, 25 feet to a bound. Yellow Dog Dingo lay like a yellow cloud in the distance, much too busy to bark. My, but they covered the ground! Nobody knows where they went, or followed the track that they flew in, for that continent hadn't been given a name. They ran 30 degrees, from Torres Straits to the Lewin. Look at an atlas, please. And they ran back as they came. Supposing you could trot from Adelaide to the Pacific for an afternoon's run, half what these gentlemen did, you would feel rather hot, but your legs would develop terrific. Yes, my importunate son, you'd be a marvelous kid.
Descriptions of the pictures by the author. 1. This is a picture of Old Man Kangaroo when he was the different animal with 4 short legs. I have drawn him grey and woolly, and you can see that he is very proud because he has a wreath of flowers in his hair. He is dancing on an outcrop, that means a ledge of rock, in the middle of Australia at 6 o'clock before breakfast. You can see that it's 6 o'clock because the sun is just getting up. The thing with the ears and the open mouth is Little God and Quah. And Quah is very much surprised because he has never seen a kangaroo dance like that before. Little God and Quah is just saying, "Go away!" But the kangaroo is so busy dancing that he has not heard him yet. The kangaroo hasn't any real name except Boomer. He lost it because he was so proud. 2. This is the picture of Old Man Kangaroo at 5 in the afternoon, when he had got his beautiful hind legs just as Big God and Quong had promised. You can see that it's 5 o'clock because Big God and Quong's pet tame clock says so. That isn't Quong in his bath, sticking his feet out. Old Man Kangaroo is being rude to Yellow Dog Dingo,
Yellow Dog Dingo has been trying to catch kangaroo all across Australia. You can see the marks of kangaroo's big new feet running ever so far back over the bare hills. Yellow Dog Dingo is drawn black because I'm not allowed to paint these pictures with real colours out of the paint box, and besides, Yellow Dog Dingo got dreadfully black and dusty after running through the flinders and the cinders. I don't know the names of the flowers growing round Quong's bath. The two little squatty things out in the desert are the other two gods that Old Man Kangaroo spoke to early in the morning. That thing with the letters on is Old Man Kangaroo's pouch. He had to have a pouch, just as he had to have legs.
End of The Sing Song of Old Man Kangaroo by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 7. The Beginning of the Armadillos. This, O best beloved, is another story of the high and far-off times. In the very middle of those times was a stickly-prickly hedgehog, and he lived on the banks of the turbid Amazon, eating shelly snails and things. And he had a friend, a slow, solid tortoise, who lived on the banks of the turbid Amazon, eating green lettuces and things. And so that was all right, best beloved, do you see? But also at the same time, in those high and far-off times, there was a painted jaguar, and he lived on the banks of the turbid Amazon too, and he ate anything that he could catch. When he could not catch deer or monkeys, he would eat frogs and beetles, and when he could not catch frogs and beetles, he went to his mother jaguar, and she told him how to eat hedgehogs and tortoises. She said to him ever so many times, graciously waving her tail, "My son, when you find a hedgehog, you must drop him into the water, and then he will uncoil. And when you catch a tortoise, you must scoop him out of his shell with your paw." And so that was all right, best beloved. One beautiful night on the banks of the turbid Amazon, Painted Jaguar found Stickly Prickly Hedgehog and Slow Solid Tortoise sitting under the trunk of a fallen tree. They could not run away, so Stickly Prickly curled himself up into a ball, because he was a hedgehog, and Slow Solid Tortoise drew in his head and feet into his shell as far as they would go, because he was a tortoise. And so that was all right, best beloved, do you see? "Now attend to me," said Painted Jaguar, "because this is very important. My mother said that when I meet a hedgehog I am to drop him into the water, and then he will uncoil. And when I meet a tortoise I am to scoop him out of his shell with my paw. Now, which of you is hedgehog and which is tortoise? Because to save my spots I can't tell." "Are you sure of what your mummy told you?" said Stickly Prickly Hedgehog. "Are you quite sure?" "Perhaps," she said, "when you uncoil a tortoise you must shell him out of the water with a scoop, and when you paw a hedgehog you must drop him on the shell." "Are you sure of what your mummy told you?" said Slow Solid Tortoise. "Are you quite sure?" "Perhaps. She said that when you water a hedgehog you must drop him into your paw, and when you meet a tortoise you must shell him till he uncoils." "I don't think it was at all like that," said Painted Jaguar, but he felt a little puzzled. "But please say it again more distinctly." "When you scoop water with your paw you uncoil it with a hedgehog," said Stickly Prickly. "Remember that, because it's important." "But," said the tortoise, "when you paw your meat you drop it into a tortoise with a scoop. Why can't you understand?" "You're making my spots ache," said Painted Jaguar, "and besides, I didn't want your advice at all. I only wanted to know which of you is hedgehog and which is tortoise." "I shan't tell you," said Stickly Prickly, "but you can scoop me out of my shell if you like." "Aha!" said Painted Jaguar. "Now I know you're tortoise. You thought I wouldn't. Now I will.
Painted Jaguar darted out his paddy paw just as Stickly Prickly curled himself up, and, of course, Jaguar's paddy paw was just filled with prickles. Worse than that, he knocked Stickly Prickly away and away into the woods and the bushes, where it was too dark to find him. Then he put his paddy paw into his mouth, and, of course, the prickles hurt him worse than ever. As soon as he could speak, he said, "I know he isn't Tortoise at all, but," and then he scratched his head with his unprickly paw, "how do I know that this other is Tortoise?" "But I am Tortoise," said Slow and Solid. "Your mother was quite right. She said you were to scoop me out of my shell with your paw. Begin." "You didn't say she said that a minute ago," said Painted Jaguar, sucking the prickles out of his paddy paw. "You said she said something quite different." "Well, suppose you say that I said that she said something quite different. I don't see that it makes any difference, because if she said what you said I said she said, it's the same as if I said what she said she said. On the other hand, if you think she said that you were to uncoil me with a scoop instead of pouring me into drops with a shell, I can't help that, can I?" "But you said you wanted to be scooped out of your shell with my paw," said Painted Jaguar. "If you'll think again, you'll find that I didn't say anything of the kind. I said that your mother said that you were to scoop me out of my shell," said Slow and Solid. "What will happen if I do?" said the Jaguar, most sniffily and most cautious. "I don't know, because I've never been scooped out of my shell before. But I tell you truly, if you want to see me swim away, you've only got to drop me into the water." "I don't believe it," said the Painted Jaguar. "You've mixed up all the things my mother told me to do with the things that you asked me whether I was sure that she didn't say, till I don't know whether I'm on my head or my painted tail. And now you come and tell me something I can understand, and it makes me more mixedy than before. My mother told me that I was to drop one of you into the water, and as you seem so anxious to be dropped, I think you don't want to be dropped. So jump into the turbid Amazon and be quick about it." "I warn you that your mummy won't be pleased. Don't tell her I didn't tell you," said Slow and Solid. "If you say another word about what my mother said," the Jaguar answered. But he had not finished the sentence before Slow and Solid quietly dived into the turbid Amazon, swam under water for a long way, and came out on the bank where Stickly Prickly was waiting for him. "That was a very narrow escape," said Stickly Prickly. "I don't rib Painted Jaguar. What did you tell him that you were?" "I told him truthfully that I was a truthful tortoise, but he wouldn't believe it, and he made me jump into the river to see if I was. And I was, and he is surprised. Now he's gone to tell his mummy. Listen to him." They could hear Painted Jaguar roaring up and down among the trees and the bushes by the side of the turbid Amazon till his mummy came. "Son, son," said his mother ever so many times, graciously waving her tail, "what have you been doing that you shouldn't have done?" "I tried to scoop something that said it wanted to be scooped out of its shell with my paw, and my paw is full of prickles," said Painted Jaguar. "Son, son," said his mother ever so many times, graciously waving her tail, "by the prickles in your paddy paw, I see that that must have been a hedgehog. You should have dropped him into the water." "I did that to the other thing that said he was a tortoise, and I didn't believe him, and it was quite true. And he has dived under the turbid Amazon, and he won't come up again, and I haven't anything at all to eat, and I think we had better find lodging somewhere else. They are too clever on the turbid Amazon for poor me." "Son, son," said his mother ever so many times, graciously waving her tail, "now attend to me and remember what I say. A hedgehog curls himself up into a ball, and his prickles stick out every which way at once. By this you may know the hedgehog." "I don't like this old lady one little bit," said Stickly Prickly under the shadow of a large leaf. "I wonder what else she knows." "A tortoise can't curl himself up," Mother Jaguar went on ever so many times, graciously waving her tail. "He only draws his head and legs into his shell, By this you may know the tortoise."
"I don't like this old lady at all," said Slow Solid Tortoise. "Even Painted Jaguar can't forget those directions. It's a great pity that you can't swim, Stickly Prickly." "Don't talk to me," said Stickly Prickly. "Just think how much better it would be if you could curl up. This is a mess. Listen to Painted Jaguar." Painted Jaguar was sitting on the banks of the turbid Amazon, sucking prickles out of his paws, and saying to himself: "Can't curl, but can swim. Slow Solid, that's him. Curls up, but can't swim. Stickly Prickly, that's him. He'll never forget that in a month of Sundays," said Stickly Prickly. "Hold up my chin, Slow and Solid. I'm going to learn to swim. It may be useful." "Excellent," said Slow and Solid,
And he held up Stickly Prickly's chin while Stickly Prickly kicked in the waters of the turbid Amazon.
"You'll make a fine swimmer yet," said Slow and Solid.
"Now, if you can unlace my back plates a little, I'll see what I can do towards curling up. It may be useful." Stickly Prickly helped to unlace Tortoise's back plates, so that by twisting and straining, Slow and Solid actually managed to curl up a tidy wee bit. "Excellent," said Stickly Prickly, "but I shouldn't do that any more now. It's making you black in the face. Kindly leave me into the water once again, and I'll practise that side stroke which you say is so easy." And so Stickly Prickly practised, and Slow Solid swam alongside.
"Excellent," said Slow and Solid. "A little more practice, and you'll make a regular whale. Now, if I may trouble you to unlace my back and front plates 2 holes more, I'll try that fascinating bend that you say is so easy. Won't Painted Jaguar be surprised?"
"Excellent," said Stickly Prickly, all wet from the turbid Amazon. "I declare I shouldn't know you from one of my own family. 2 holes, I think you said. A little more expression, please, and don't grunt quite so much, or Painted Jaguar may hear us. When you've finished, I want to try that long dive which you say is so easy. Won't Painted Jaguar be surprised?" So, and Slow and Solid dived alongside.
"Excellent," said Slow and Solid. "A little more attention to holding your breath, and you will be able to keep house at the bottom of the turbid Amazon. Now, I'll try that exercise of putting my hind legs round my ears, which you say is so peculiarly comfortable. Won't Painted Jaguar be surprised?"
"Excellent," said Stickly Prickly, "but it's straining your back plates a little. They're all overlapping now, instead of lying side by side."
"Oh, that's the result of exercise," said Slow and Solid.
"I've noticed that your prickles seem to be melding into one another, and that you're growing to look more like a pine cone, and less like a chestnut burr than you used to." "Am I?" said Stickly Prickly. "That comes from my soaking in the water. Oh, won't Painted Jaguar be surprised?" They went on with their exercises, each helping the other, till morning came. When the sun was high, they rested and dried themselves. Then they saw that they were both of them quite different from what they had been. "Stickly Prickly," said Tortoise after breakfast, "I am not what I was yesterday, but I think that I may yet amuse Painted Jaguar." "That was the very thing I was thinking just now," said Stickly Prickly. "I think scales are a tremendous improvement on prickles, to say nothing of being able to swim. Oh, won't Painted Jaguar be surprised? Let's go and find him." By and by they found Painted Jaguar still nursing his paddy paw that had been hurt the night before. He was so astonished that he fell 3 times backwards over his own painted tail without stopping. "Good morning," said Stickly Prickly. "And how is our dear gracious mummy this morning?" "She is quite well, thank you," said Painted Jaguar. "But you must forgive me if I do not at this precise moment recall your name." "That's unkind of you," said Stickly Prickly, "seeing that this time yesterday you tried to scoop me out of my shell with your paw." "But you hadn't any shell. It was all prickles," said Painted Jaguar. "I know it was. Just look at my paw."
"And you told me to drop into the turbid Amazon and be drowned," said Slow Solid. "Why are you so rude and forgetful to day?"
"Don't you remember what your mother told you?" said Stickly Prickly. "Can't curl, but can swim. Stickly Prickly, that's him. Curls up, but can't swim. Slow Solid, that's him." Then they both curled themselves up and rolled round and round Painted Jaguar
till his eyes turned truly cartwheels in his head. Then he went to fetch his mother. "Mother," he said, "there are 2 new animals in the woods to day, and the one you said couldn't swim, swims, and the one you said couldn't curl up, curls. And they've gone shares in their prickles, I think, because both of them are scaly all over, instead of one being smooth and the other very prickly. And besides that, they are rolling round and round in circles, and I don't feel comfy." "Son, son," said Mother Jaguar ever so many times, graciously waving her tail, "a hedgehog is a hedgehog, and can't be anything but a hedgehog. And a tortoise is a tortoise, and can never be anything else. But it isn't a hedgehog, and it isn't a tortoise. It's a little bit of both, and I don't know its proper name." "Nonsense," said Mother Jaguar. "Everything has its proper name. I should call it armadillo till I found out a real one, and I should leave it alone." So Painted Jaguar did as he was told, especially about leaving them alone. But the curious thing is that from that day to this, O Best Beloved, no one on the banks of the turbid Amazon has ever called Stickly Prickly and Slow Solid anything except armadillo. There are hedgehogs and tortoises in other places, of course. There are some in my garden. But the real old and clever kind, with the scales lying lippity-lappity one over the other like pine-cone scales, that lived on the banks of the turbid Amazon in the high and far-off days, are always called armadillos, because they are so clever. So that's all right, Best Beloved. Do you see? I've never sailed the Amazon, I've never reached Brazil, but the Don and Magdalena, they can go there when they will. Yes, weekly from Southampton, great steamers, white and gold, go rolling down to Rio. Roll down to Rio. I'd like to roll to Rio some day before I'm old. I've never seen a jaguar, nor yet an armadillo, dilloing in his armour, and I suppose I never will, unless I go to Rio these wonders to behold. Roll down to Rio. Roll really down to Rio. Oh, I'd love to roll to Rio some day before I'm old.
Description of the pictures by the author. 1. This is an inciting map of the turbid Amazon, done in red and black. It hasn't anything to do with the story, except that there are 2 armadillos in it, up at the top. The inciting part are the adventures that happened to the men who went along the road marked in red. I meant to draw armadillos when I began the map, and I meant to draw manatees and spider-tailed monkeys and big snakes and lots of jaguars, but it was more inciting to do the map and the venturesome adventures in red. You begin at the bottom left-hand corner and follow the little arrows all above, and then you come quite round again to where the adventuresome people went home in a ship called the Royal Tiger. This is a most adventuresome picture, and all the adventures are told about in writing, so you can be quite sure which is an adventure and which is a tree or a boat. 2. This is a picture of the whole story of the jaguar and the hedgehog and the tortoise and the armadillo, all in a heap. It looks rather the same any way you turn it. The tortoise is in the middle, learning how to bend, and that's why the shelly plates on his back are so spread apart. He is standing on the hedgehog, who is waiting to learn how to swim. The hedgehog is a Japanesey hedgehog, because I couldn't find our own hedgehogs in the garden when I wanted to draw them. It was daytime, and they had gone to bed under the dahlias. Speckly Jaguar is looking over the edge, with his paddy paw carefully tied up by his mother, because he pricked himself scooping the hedgehog. He is much surprised to see what the tortoise is doing, and his paw is hurting him. The snouty thing with the little eye that Speckly Jaguar is trying to climb over is the armadillo that the tortoise and the hedgehog are going to turn into when they've finished bending and swimming. It's all a magic picture, and that is one of the reasons why I haven't drawn the jaguar's whiskers. The other reason is that he was so young that his whiskers had not grown. The jaguar's pet name with his mummy was Doffles.
End of The Beginning of the Armadillos. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org.
Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories, Chapter 8. How the First Letter Was Written. Once upon a most early time was a Neolithic man. He was not a Jute, or an Angle, or even a Dravidian, which he might well have been, best beloved, but never mind why. He was a primitive, and he lived cavily in a cave, and he wore very few clothes, and he couldn't read, and he couldn't write, and he didn't want to, and except when he was hungry, he was quite happy. His name was Tegumai Bopsulai, and that means man who does not put his foot forward in a hurry. But we, O best beloved, will call him Tegumai for short. And his wife's name was Teshumai Tewindro, and that means lady who asks a very many questions. But we, O best beloved, will call her Teshumai for short. And his little girl daughter's name was Tafimai Metalumai, and that means small person without any manners who ought to be spanked. But I'm going to call her Taffy. She was Tegumai Bopsulai's best beloved, and her own mummy's best beloved, and she was not spanked half as much as was good for her. And they were all three very happy. As soon as Taffy could run about, she went everywhere with her daddy Tegumai, and sometimes they would not come home to the cave till they were hungry, and then Teshumai Tewindro would say, "Where in the world have you two been to get so shocking dirty? Really, my Tegumai, you're no better than my Taffy." Now, attend and listen. One day Tegumai Bopsulai went down through the beaver swamp to the Wagai River to spear carpfish for dinner, and Taffy went too. Tegumai's spear was made of wood with shark's teeth at the end, and before he had caught any fish at all, he accidentally broke it clean across by jabbing it down too hard on the bottom of the river. They were miles and miles from home. Of course, they had their lunch with them in a little bag, and Tegumai had forgotten to bring any extra spears. "There's a pretty kettle of fish," said Tegumai. "It will take me half a day to mend this." "There's your big black spear at home," said Taffy. "Let me run back to the cave and ask Mummy to give it me." "It's too far for your little fat legs," said Tegumai. "Besides, you might fall into the beaver swamp and be drowned. We must make the best of a bad job." He sat down and took out a little leather mendy bag, full of reindeer sinews and strips of leather and lumps of beeswax and resin, and began to mend the spear. Taffy sat down too, with her toes in the water and her chin in her hand, and thought very hard. Then she said, "I say, Daddy, it's an awful nuisance that you and I don't know how to write, isn't it? If we did, we could send a message for the new spear." "Taffy," said Tegumai, "how often have I told you not to use slang? Awful isn't a pretty word. But it could be a convenience, now you mention it, if we could write home." Just then a stranger man came along the river, but he belonged to a far tribe, the Tiwaras, and he did not understand one word of Tegumai's language. He stood on the bank and smiled at Taffy, because he had a little girl daughter of his own at home. Tegumai drew a hank of deer sinews from his mendy bag and began to mend his spear. "Come here," said Taffy. "Do you know where my mummy lives?" And the stranger man said, being, as you know, a Tiwara. "Silly," said Taffy, and she stamped her foot, because she saw a shoal of very big carp going up the river just when her daddy couldn't use his spear. "Don't bother grown-ups," said Tegumai, so busy with his spear mending that he did not turn round. "I aren't," said Taffy. "I only want him to do what I want him to do, and he won't understand." "Then don't bother me," said Tegumai, and he went on pulling and straining at the deer sinews with his mouth full of loose ends. The stranger man, a genuine Tiwara he was, sat down on the grass, and Taffy showed him what her daddy was doing. The stranger man thought, "This is a very wonderful child. She stamps her foot at me, and she makes faces. She must be the daughter of that noble chief, who is so great that he won't take any notice of me." So he smiled more politely than ever. "Now," said Taffy, "I want you to go to my mummy, because your legs are longer than mine, and you won't fall into the beaver swamp, and ask for Daddy's other spear, the one with the black handle that hangs over our fireplace." The stranger man, and he was a Tiwara, thought, This is a very, very wonderful child. She waves her arms and she shouts at me, but I don't understand a word of what she says. But if I don't do what she wants, I greatly fear that that haughty chief, man who turns his back on callers, will be angry." He got up and twisted a big flat piece of bark off a birch tree and gave it to Taffy. He did this, best beloved, to show that his heart was as white as the birch bark, and that he meant no harm. But Taffy didn't quite understand. "Oh," she said, "now I see. You want my mummy's living address. Of course I can't write, but I can draw pictures if I've anything sharp to scratch with. Please lend me the shark's tooth off your necklace." The stranger man, and he was a Tawara, didn't say anything, so Taffy put up a little hand and pulled at the beautiful bead and seed and shark tooth necklace round his neck. The stranger man, and he was a Tawara, thought, "This is a very, very, very wonderful child. The shark's tooth on my necklace is a magic shark's tooth, and I was always told that if anybody touched it without my leave, they would immediately swell up or burst. But this child doesn't swell up or burst. And that important chief, man who attends strictly to his business, who has not yet taken any notice of me at all, doesn't seem to be afraid that she will swell up or burst. I had better be more polite." So he gave Taffy the shark's tooth, and she lay down flat on her tummy with her legs in the air, like some people on the drawing-room floor when they want to draw pictures. And she said, "Now, I'll draw you some beautiful pictures. You can look over my shoulder, but you mustn't joggle. First, I'll draw Daddy fishing. It isn't very like him, but Mummy will know, because I've drawn his spear all broken. Well, now I'll draw the other spear that he wants, the black-handled spear. It looks as if it was sticking in Daddy's back, but that's because the shark's tooth slipped, and this piece of bark isn't big enough. That's the spear I want you to fetch. So I'll draw a picture of me, myself, splaining to you. My hair doesn't stand up like I've drawn, but it's easier to draw that way. Now I'll draw you. I think you're very nice, really, but I can't make you pretty in the picture, so you mustn't be offended. Are you offended?" The stranger man, and he was a Tawara, smiled. He thought, "There must be a big battle going to be fought somewhere, and this extraordinary child, who takes my magic shark's tooth, but who does not swell up or burst, is telling me to call all the great chief's tribe to help him. He is a great chief, or he would have noticed me." "Look," said Taffy, drawing very hard and rather scratchily. "Now I've drawn you. I've put the spear that Daddy wants into your hand, just to remind you that you're to bring it. Now I'll show you how to find my mummy's living address. You go along till you come to 2 trees. Those are trees. Then you go over the hill, that's a hill, and then you come to a beaver swamp that's full of beavers. I haven't put in all the beavers because I can't draw beavers, but I've drawn their heads, and that's all you'll see of them when you cross the swamp. Mind you don't fall in. Then our cave is just beyond the beaver swamp. It isn't as high as the hills really, but I can't draw things very small. That's my mummy outside. She is beautiful. She is the most beautifulest mummy there ever was. But she won't be offended when she sees I've drawn her so plain. She'll be pleased of me, because I can draw. Now, in case you forget, I've drawn the spear that Daddy wants outside our cave. It's inside really, but you show the picture to my mummy and she'll give it to you. I've made her holding up her hands, because I know she'll be so pleased to see you. Isn't it a beautiful picture? And do you quite understand? Or shall I explain again?" The stranger man, and he was a Tawara, looked at the picture and nodded very hard. He said to himself, "If I do not fetch this great chief's tribe to help him, he will be slain by his enemies, who are coming up on all sides with spears. Now I see why the great chief pretended not to notice me. He feared that his enemies were hiding in the bushes and would see him. Therefore he turned to me his back. Let the wise and wonderful child draw the terrible picture, showing me his difficulties. I will away and get help for him from his tribe." He did not even ask Taffy the road, but raced off into the bushes like the wind, with the birch bark in his hand, and Taffy sat down, most pleased. Now, this is the picture that Taffy had drawn for him. "What have you been doing, Taffy?" said Tegumai. He had mended his spear and was carefully waving it to and fro. "It's a little arrangement of my own, Daddy dear," said Taffy. "If you won't ask me questions, you'll know all about it in a little time, and you'll be surprised. You don't know how surprised you'll be, Daddy. Promise you'll be surprised." "Very well," said Tegumai, and went on fishing. The stranger man, did you know he was a Tiwara? Hurried away with the picture and ran for some miles, till quite by accident he found Teshumai Tewindro at the door of her cave, talking to some other Neolithic ladies who had come in to a primitive lunch. Taffy was very like Teshumai, especially about the upper part of the face and the eyes, so the stranger man, always a pure Tiwara, smiled politely and handed Teshumai the birch bark. He had run hard, so that he panted, and his legs were scratched with brambles, but he still tried to be polite. As soon as Teshumai saw the picture, she screamed like anything and flew at the stranger man. The other Neolithic ladies at once knocked him down and sat on him in a long line of 6, while Teshumai pulled his hair. "It's plain as the nose on this stranger's face," she said. "He has struck my Tegumai all full of spears, and frightened poor Taffy so that her hair stands all on end. And, not content with that, he brings me a horrid picture of how it was done. Look!" She showed the picture to all the Neolithic ladies sitting patiently on the stranger man. "Here is my Tegumai with his arm broken. Here is a spear sticking into his back. Here is a man with a spear ready to throw, and here's another man throwing a spear from a cave. And here are a whole pack of people" (they were Taffy's beavers, really, but they did look rather like people) "coming up behind Tegumai. Isn't it shocking?" "Most shocking," said the Neolithic ladies, and they filled the stranger man's hair with mud, at which he was surprised. And they beat upon the reverberating tribal drums, and called together all the chiefs of the tribe of Tegumai, with their hetmans and dolmens, all negoses, woons, and aroons of the organization, in addition to the warlocks, angelocks, juju men, bonzes, and the rest, who decided that before they chopped the stranger man's head off, he should instantly lead them down to the river and show them where he had hidden poor Taffy. By this time the stranger man, in spite of being a Tiwara, was really annoyed. They had filled his hair quite solid with mud, they had rolled him up and down on knobbly pebbles, they had sat upon him in a long line of 6, they had thumped him and bumped him till he could hardly breathe, and though he did not understand their language, he was almost sure that the names the Neolithic ladies called him were not ladylike. However, he said nothing till all the tribe of Tegumai were assembled, and then he led them back to the bank of the Wagai River, where they found Taffy making daisy chains, and Tegumai carefully spearing small carp with his mended spear. "Well, you have been quick," said Taffy. "But why did you bring so many people? Daddy dear, this is my surprise. Are you surprised, Daddy?" "Very," said Tegumai, "but it's ruined all my fishing for the day. Why, the whole dear, kind, nice, clean, quiet tribe is here, Taffy." And so they were. First of all walked Teshumai Tewindro and the Neolithic ladies, tightly holding on to the stranger man, whose hair was full of mud, although he was a Tiwara. Behind them came the head chief, the vice chief, the deputy and assistant chiefs, all armed to the upper teeth, the hetmans and heads of hundreds, platoffs with their platoons, and dolmens with their detachments, woons, negoses, and arkoons ranking in the rear, still armed to the teeth. Behind them was the tribe in hierarchical order, from owners of 4 caves, 1 for each season, a private reindeer run, and 2 salmon leaps, to feudal Protagonist villains, semi-entitled to half a bearskin of winter's nights, 7 yards from the fire, and adscript serfs, holding the reversion of a scraped marrow-bone under Heriot. Aren't those beautiful words, best beloved? They were all there, prancing and shouting, and they frightened every fish for 20 miles. And Tegumai thanked them in a fluid Neolithic oration. Then Teshumai Tewindro ran down and kissed and hugged Taffy very much indeed. But the head chief of the tribe of Tegumai took Tegumai by the topknot feathers and shook him severely. "Explain! Explain! Explain!" cried all the tribe of Tegumai. "Goodness sakes alive!" said Tegumai. "Let go of my topknot. Can't a man break his carp spear without the whole countryside descending on him?" "You're a very interfering people." "I don't believe you've brought my daddy's black-handled spear after all," said Taffy. "And what are you doing to my nice stranger man?" They were thumping him by 2s and 3s and 10s, till his eyes turned round and round. He could only gasp and point at Taffy. "Where are all the bad people who speared you, my darling?" said Teshumai to Windrow. "There weren't any," said Tegumai. "My only visitor this morning was the poor fellow that you're trying to choke. Aren't you well, or are you ill, O tribe of Tegumai?" "He came with a horrible picture," said the head chief. "A picture that showed you were full of spears."
Perhaps I'd better explain that I gave him that picture,"
said Taffy, but she did not feel quite comfy. "You!" said the tribe of Tegumai all together. "Small person with no manners who ought to be spanked. You!" "Taffy, dear, I'm afraid we're in for a little trouble," said her daddy, and put his arm round her so she didn't care. "Explain, explain, explain," said the head chief of the tribe of Tegumai, and he hopped on one foot.
"I wanted the stranger man to fetch Daddy's spear, so I drawed it," said Taffy. "There wasn't lots of spears, there was only one spear. I drawed it 3 times to make sure. I couldn't help it looking as if it stuck into Daddy's head. There wasn't room on the birch bark. And those things that Mummy called bad people are my beavers. I drawed them to show the way through the swamp, and I drawed Mummy at the mouth of the cave looking pleased, because he is a nice stranger man, and I think you're just the stupidest people in the world," said Taffy. "He's a very nice man. Why have you filled his hair with mud? Wash him."
Nobody said anything at all for a long time, till the head chief laughed. Then the stranger man, who was at least a Tiwara, laughed. Then Tegumai laughed till he fell down flat on the bank. Then all the tribe laughed more and worse and louder. The only people who did not laugh were Teshumai to Windrow and all the Neolithic ladies. They were very polite to all their husbands, and said "idiot" ever so often. Then the head chief of the tribe of Tegumai cried and said and sang, "Oh, small person without any manners who ought to be spanked, you've hit upon a great invention."
"I didn't intend to. I only wanted Daddy's black-handled spear," said Taffy.
"Never mind, it is a great invention, and some day men will call it writing. At present it's only pictures, and, as we have seen to-day, pictures are not always perfectly understood. But a time will come, O babe of Tegumai, when we shall make letters, all 26 of 'em, and when we shall be able to read as well as to write, and then we shall always say exactly what we mean without any mistakes. Let the Neolithic ladies wash the mud out of the stranger's hair."
"I should be glad of that," said Taffy, "because, after all, though you've brought every single other spear in the tribe of Tegumai, you've forgotten my Daddy's black-handled spear."
Then the head chief cried and said and sang, "Taffy, dear, the next time you write a picture letter, you'd better send a man who can talk our language with it to explain what it means. I don't mind it myself, because I am a head chief, but it's very bad for the rest of the tribe of Tegumai, and, as you can see, it surprises the stranger." Then they adopted the stranger man, a genuine Tiwara of Tewa, into the tribe of Tegumai, because he was a gentleman and did not make a fuss about the mud that the Neolithic ladies had put into his hair. But from that day to this, and I suppose it is all Taffy's fault, very few little girls ever liked learning to read or write. Most of them prefer to draw pictures and play about with their daddies, just like Taffy. There runs a road by Merrowdown, a grassy track to-day it is, an hour out of Guildford town, above the river Wey it is. Here, when they heard the horse bells ring, the ancient Britons dressed and rode to watch the dark Phoenicians bring their goods along the western road. And here, or hereabouts, they met to hold their racial talks and such, to utter beads for Whitby jet, and tin for gay shell talks and such. But long and long before that time, when bison used to roam on it, did Taffy and her daddy climb that down and had their home on it. Then beavers built in Broadstone Brook, and made a swamp where Bramley stands. And here's from Sheer would come and look for Taffymai where Shamley stands. The way that Taffy called Wagai was more than 6 times bigger then, and all the tribe of Tegumai, they cut a noble figure then.
Description of the picture by the author. This is the story of Taffymai Metalumai carved on an old tusk
a very long time ago by the ancient peoples. If you read my story, or have it read to you, you can see how it's all told out on the tusk. The tusk was part of an old tribal trumpet that belonged to the tribe of Tegumai. The pictures were scratched on it with a nail or something, and then the scratches were filled up with black wax, but all the dividing lines and the 5 little rounds at the bottom were filled in with red wax. When it was new, there was a sort of network of beads and shells and precious stones at one end of it, but now that's been broken and lost, all except the little bit that you see. The letters round the tusk are magic, runic magic, and if you can read them you will find out something rather new. The tusk is of ivory, very yellow and scratched. It is 2 feet long and 2 feet round, and weighs 11 pounds 9 ounces.
End of How the First Letter Was Written by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org.
Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling, Chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling, Chapter 8. How the Alphabet Was Made. The week after Taffy my Metalumai, we will still call her Taffy, best beloved, made that little mistake about her daddy's spear and the stranger man and the picture letter and all, she went carp fishing again with her daddy. Her mummy wanted her to stay at home and help hang up hides to dry on the big drying poles outside their Neolithic cave. But Taffy slipped away down to her daddy quite early, and they fished. Presently she began to giggle, and her daddy said, "Don't be silly, child." "But wasn't it inciting?" said Taffy. "Don't you remember how the head chief puffed out his cheeks, and how funny the nice stranger man looked with the mud in his hair?" "Well, I do," said Tegumai. "I had to pay 2 deer skins, soft ones with fringes, to the stranger man for the things we did to him." "We didn't do anything," said Taffy. "It was Mummy and the other Neolithic ladies, and the mud." "We won't talk about that," said her daddy. "Let's have lunch." Taffy took a marrowbone and sat mousy quiet for 10 whole minutes, while her daddy scratched on pieces of birch bark with a shark's tooth. Then she said, "Daddy, I've thinked of a secret surprise. You make a noise, any sort of noise." "Ah," said Tegumai. "Will that do to begin with?" "Yes," said Taffy. "You look just like a carp fish with its mouth open. Say it again, please." "Ah, ah, ah," said her daddy. "Don't be rude, my daughter." "I'm not meaning rude, really and truly," said Taffy. "It's part of my secret surprise thing. Do say 'ah,' Daddy, and keep your mouth open at the end, and lend me that tooth. I'm going to draw a carp fish's mouth wide open." "What for?" said her daddy. "Don't you see?" said Taffy, scratching away on the bark. "That will be our little secret surprise. When I draw a carp fish with his mouth open in the smoke at the back of our cave, if Mummy doesn't mind, it will remind you of that 'ah' noise. Then we can play that it was me jumped out of the dark and surprised you with that noise, same as I did in the beaver swamp last winter." "Really?" said her daddy, in the voice that grown-ups use when they truly are attending. "Go on, Taffy." "Oh, bother," she said. "I can't draw all of a carp fish, but I can draw something that means a carp fish's mouth. Don't you know how they stand on their heads rooting in the mud? Well, here's a pretend carp fish. We can play that the rest of him is drawn. Here's just his mouth, and that means 'ah.'" And she drew this: 1. "That's not bad," said Tegumai, and scratched on his own piece of bark for himself. "But you've forgotten the feeler that hangs across his mouth." "But I can't draw, Daddy." "You needn't draw anything of him except just the opening of his mouth and the feeler across. Then we'll know he's a carp fish, 'cause the perches and trouts haven't got feelers. Look here, Taffy." And he drew this: 2. "Now I'll copy it," said Taffy.
Will you understand this when you see it?"
"Perfectly," said her daddy.
And she drew this.
3.
And I'll be quite as surprised when I see it anywhere as if you'd jumped out from behind a tree and said, "Ah!" "Now make another noise," said Taffy, very proud.
"Yah!"
said her daddy, very loud. Said Taffy. "That's a mixty noise. The end part is ah, carpfish mouth. But what can we do about the front part? Yer, 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 and ah, yah. It's very like the carpfish mouth noise. Let's draw another bit of the carpfish and join 'em," said her daddy. He was quite excited too. "No, if they're joined, I'll forget. Draw it separate, Daddy. Draw his tail. If he's standing on his head, the tail will come first. Besides, I think I can draw tails easiest," said Taffy.
"A good notion," said Tegumai. "Here's a carpfish tail for the yer noise." And he drew this. 4.
"I'll try now," said Taffy. "Remember, I can't draw like you, Daddy. Will it do if I just draw the split part of the tail and the sticky down line for where it joins?"
And she drew this. 5. Her daddy nodded. His eyes were shiny bright with excitement.
"That's beautiful," she said. "Now make another noise, Daddy."
"Oh!" said Daddy very loud.
"That's quite easy," said Taffy. "You make your mouth all round like an egg or a stone. So an egg or a stone will do for that."
"You can't always find eggs or stones. We'll have to scratch around something like this one." And he drew this. 6.
"My gracious," said Taffy. "What a lot of noise pictures we've made. Carp mouth, carp tail, and egg. Now make another noise, Daddy."
"Shh!" said her daddy, and frowned to himself. But Taffy was too excited to notice.
"That's quite easy," she said, scratching on the bark.
"Eh, what?"
said her daddy. "I meant I was thinking and I didn't want to be disturbed." "It's a noise just the same. It's the noise a snake makes, Daddy, when it's thinking and doesn't want to be disturbed. Let's make the sh noise a snake. Will this do?"
And she drew this. 7.
"There," she said. "That's another surprise secret. When you draw a hissy snake by the door of your little back cave where you mend the spears, I'll know you're thinking hard, and I'll come in most mousy quiet. And if you draw it on a tree by the river when you're fishing, I'll know you want me to walk most mousy quiet, so as not to shake the banks."
"Perfectly true," said Tegumai. "And there's more to this game than you think, Taffy dear. I've a notion that your daddy's daughter has hit upon the finest thing that there ever was since the tribe of Tegumai took to using shark's teeth instead of flints for their spearheads. I believe we've found out the big secret of the world."
"Why?"
said Taffy, and her eyes shone too with excitement. "I'll show," said her daddy. "What's water in the Tegumai language?"
"Ya, of course. And it means river, too. Like Wagai Ya, the Wagai River."
"What is bad water that gives you fever if you drink it? Black water, swamp water?"
"Yo, of course."
"Now look," said her daddy. "Suppose you saw this scratched by the side of a pool in the beaver swamp." And he drew this. 8.
"Carp tail and round egg. Two noises mixed. Yo, bad water," said Taffy. "Of course I wouldn't drink that water, because I'd know you said it was bad."
"But I needn't be near the water at all. I might be miles away hunting."
"Still, it will be just the same as if you stood there and said, 'Go away, Taffy, or you'll get fever.' All that in a carpfish tail and a round egg. Oh, Daddy, we must tell Mummy quick."
And Taffy danced all round him.
"Not yet," said Tegumai. "Not till we've gone a little further. Let's see. Yo is bad water, and so is food cooked on the fire, isn't it?"
And he drew this. 9.
"Yes, snake and egg," said Taffy. "So that means dinner's ready. If you saw that scratched on a tree, you'd know it was time to come to the cave. So'd I." "My Winkie," said Tegumai. "That's true, too. But wait a minute. I see a difficulty. So means come and have dinner, but sho means the drying poles where we hang our hides."
"Horrid old drying poles," said Taffy.
"I hate helping to hang heavy, hot, hairy hides on them. If you drew the snake and egg, and I thought it meant dinner, and I came in from the wood and found that it meant I was to help Mummy hang the two hides on the drying poles, what would I do?"
"You'd be cross. So'd Mummy."
We must make a new picture for show. We must draw a spotty snake that hisses shh, shh, and we'll play that the plain snake only hisses sss. I couldn't be sure how to put in the spots, said Taffy, and perhaps if I'm in a hurry you might just leave them out. I'd think it was so when it was show, and then Mummy would catch me just the same. No, I think we'd better draw a picture of the horrid high drying poles their very selves, and make quite sure. I'll put them in just after the hissy snake. Look. And she drew this.
10. Perhaps it's safest. It's like our drying poles, anyhow, said her daddy, laughing. Now I'll make a new noise with the snake and the drying poles sound in it. I'll say, she. That's Tegomai for spear, Taffy. And he laughed.
Don't make fun of me, said Taffy,
as she thought of her picture letter and the mud in the stranger man's hair.
You draw it, Daddy.
We won't have beavers or hills this time, eh? Said her daddy. I'll just draw a straight line for my spear. And he drew this. 11. Even Mummy couldn't mistake that for me being killed.
Please don't, Daddy. It makes me uncomfy. Do some more noises. We're getting on beautifully.
Said Tegomai, looking up. We'll say shoo. That means sky. Taffy drew the snake and the drying pole, then she stopped.
We must make a new picture for that end sound, mustn't we?
Shoo, shoo, oo, 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 said her daddy.
Why, it's just like the round egg sound made thin. Then suppose we draw a thin round egg and pretend it's a frog that hasn't eaten anything for years.
No, said her daddy.
If we drew that in a hurry, we might mistake it for the round egg itself.
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll open a little hole in the end of the round egg to show how the oh noise runs out, all thin, ooh, 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 like this. And he drew this.
12.
Oh, that's lovely. Much better than a thin frog. Go on,
said Taffy, using her shark's tooth. Her daddy went on drawing, and his hand shook with excitement. He went on till he'd drawn this. 13. Don't look up, Taffy, he said. Try if you can make out what that means in the Tegomai language. If you can, we've found the secret.
Snake, pole, broken egg, carp tail, and carp mouth, said Taffy. Shoo-ya. Sky water. Rain. Just then a drop fell on her hand, for the day had clouded over. Why, Daddy, it's raining. Was that what you meant to tell me?
Of course, said her daddy. And I told you without saying a word, didn't I?
Well, I think I would have known it in a minute, but that raindrop made me quite sure. I'll always remember now. Shoo-ya means rain, or it's going to rain. Why, Daddy, she got up and danced round him. S'pose you went out before I was awake and drawed Shoo-ya in the smoke on the wall. I'd know it was going to rain, and I'd take my beaver skin hood. Wouldn't Mummy be surprised?
Tegomai got up and danced. Daddies didn't mind doing those things in those days.
More than that, he said. Suppose I wanted to tell you it wasn't going to rain much, and you must come down to the river. What will we draw? Say the words in Tegomai talk first. Shoo-ya las ya maru. Sky water ending. River come to. What a lot of new sounds. I don't see how we can draw them. But I do, said Tegomai. Just attend a minute, Taffy, and we won't do any more today. We've got Shoo-ya all right, haven't we? But this las is a teaser. La, 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 and he waved his shark's tooth. There's the hissy snake at the end and the carp mouth before the snake. Ass, ass, ass. We only want la, la, said Taffy. I know it, but we have to make la, la. We're the first people in all the world who've tried to do it, Taffy-mai. Well, said Taffy, yawning, for she was rather tired, las means breaking or finishing as well as ending, doesn't it?
So it does, said Tegomai.
Tolas means there's no water in the tank for me to cook with, just when I'm going hunting, too. And Shilas means that your spear is broken. If only I'd thought of that instead of drawing silly beaver pictures for the stranger. La, 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 said Tegomai, waving his stick and frowning. Oh, bother! I could have drawn she quite easily, Taffy went on. Then I'd have drawn
your spear all broken this way." And she drew.
14.
"The very thing," said Tegumai. "That's La all over. It isn't like any of the other marks either." And he drew this.
15.
"Now for Ya. Oh, we've done that before. Now for Maru. Mum shuts one's mouth up, doesn't it? We'll draw a shut mouth like this." And he drew.
16.
"Then the carp mouth open. That makes ma. But what's this thing, Taffy?" "Sounds all rough and edgy, like your shark tooth saw when you're cutting out a plank for the canoe," said Taffy. "You mean all sharp at the edges like this?" said Tegumai, and he drew.
17.
"Exactly," said Taffy. "But we don't want all those teeth. Only put 2. "I'll only put in 1, said Tegumai. "If this game of ours is going to be what I think it will, the easier we make our sound pictures, the better for everybody." And he drew.
18.
"Now we've got it," said Tegumai, standing on one leg. "I'll draw 'em all in a string like fish." "Hadn't we better put a little bit of stick or something between each word, so's they won't rub up against each other and jostle, same as if they were carps?" "Oh, I'll leave a space for that," said her daddy. And, very incitedly, he drew them all without stopping on a big new bit of birch bark. 19. "Shu ya las ya maru," said Taffy, reading it out sound by sound. "That's enough for today," said Tegumai. "Besides, you're getting tired, Taffy. Never mind, dear. We'll finish it all tomorrow, and then we'll be remembered for years and years after the biggest trees you can see are all chopped up for firewood." So they went home, and that evening Tegumai sat on one side of the fire and Taffy on the other, drawing yas and yos and shoes and she's in the smoke on the wall, and giggling together till her mummy said, "Really, Tegumai, you're worse than my Taffy." "Please don't mind," said Taffy. "It's only our secret s'prise, mummy dear, and we'll tell you all about it the very minute it's done. But please don't ask me what it is now, or else I'd have to tell." So her mummy most carefully didn't, and bright and early next morning Tegumai went down to the river to think about new sound pictures. And when Taffy got up, she saw "Ya Lass," water is ending or running out, chalked on the side of the big stone water tank outside the cave. Said Taffy. "These picture sounds are rather a bother. Daddy's just as good as come here himself and told me to get more water for Mummy to cook with." She went to the spring at the back of the house and filled the tank from a bark bucket, and then she ran down to the river and pulled her daddy's left ear, the one that belonged to her to pull when she was good. "Now come along and we'll draw all the left over sound pictures," said her daddy, and they had a most inciting day of it, and a beautiful lunch in the middle, and 2 games of romps. When they came to tea, Taffy said that her name and her daddy's and her mummy's all began with that sound, and they should draw a sort of family group of themselves holding hands. That was all very well to draw once or twice, but when it came to drawing it 6 or 7 times, Taffy and Tegumai drew it scratchier and scratchier, till at last the T sound was only a thin long Tegumai with his arms out to hold Taffy and Teshumai. You can see from these 3 pictures partly how it happened. 20, 21, 22. Many of the other pictures were much too beautiful to begin with, especially before lunch, but as they were drawn over and over again on birch bark, they became plainer and easier, till at last even Tegumai said he could find no fault with them. They turned the hissy snake the other way round for the Z sound, to show it was hissing backwards in a soft and gentle way. 23. And they just made a twiddle for E, because it came into the pictures so often. 24. And they drew pictures of the sacred beaver of the Tegumais for the B sound. 25, 26, 27, 28. And because it was a nasty, nosy noise, they just drew noses for the N sound, till they were tired. 29. And they drew a picture of a big lake pike's mouth for the greedy Ga sound. 30. And they drew the pike's mouth again, with a spear behind it for the scratchy, hurty Ka sound. 31. And they drew pictures of a little bit of the winding Wagai River for the nice
windy, windy wah sound. 32, 33, and so on and so forth and so following, till they had done and drawn all the sound pictures that they wanted, and there was the alphabet all complete. And after thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and after hieroglyphics and demotics and nilotics and cryptics and kufics and runics and dorics and ionics and all sorts of other rics and tricks, because the wounds, the neguses and the archoons and the repositories of tradition would never leave a good thing alone when they saw it, the fine old easy understandable alphabet, A B C D E and the rest of 'em, got back into its proper shape again for all the best beloveds to learn when they're old enough. But I remember Tegumai Bopsuli and Tavimai Metalumai and Teshumai Tiwindro, her dear mummy, and all the days gone by. And it was so, just so, a little time ago, on the banks of the big Wagai. Of all the tribe of Tegumai who cut that figure, none remain. On Merrow Down the cuckoos cry, the silence and the sun remain. But as the faithful years return, and hearts unwounded sing again, comes Taffy dancing through the fern to lead the Surrey spring again. Her brows are bound with bracken fronds, and golden elf locks fly above. Her eyes are bright as diamonds, and bluer than the skies above. In moccasins and deerskin cloak, unfearing, free and fair she flits, and lights a little damp wood smoke to show her daddy where she flits. For far, oh very far behind, so far she cannot call to him, comes Tegumai alone to find the daughter that was all to him. Picture of the magic alphabet necklace described by the author. One of the first things that Tegumai Bopsuli did after Taffy and he had made the alphabet was to make a magic alphabet necklace of all the letters, so that it could be put in the temple of Tegumai and kept for ever and ever. The tribe of Tegumai brought their most precious beads and beautiful things, and Taffy and Tegumai spent 5 whole years getting the necklace in order. This is a picture of the magic alphabet necklace. The string was made of the finest and strongest reindeer sinew, bound round with thin copper wire. Beginning at the top, the first bead is an old silver one that belonged to the head priest of the tribe of Tegumai. Then come 3 black mussel pearls. Next is a clay bead, blue and grey. Next, a nubbly gold bead sent as a present by a tribe who got it from Africa, but it must have been Indian really. The next is a long, flat-sided glass bead from Africa. The tribe of Tegumai took it in a fight. Then come 2 clay beads, white and green, with dots on one and dots and bands on the other. Next are 3 rather chipped amber beads. Then 3 clay beads, red and white, 2 with dots, and the big one in the middle with a toothed pattern. Then the letters begin, and between each letter is a little whitish clay bead with the letter repeated small. Here are the letters. A is scratched on a tooth, an elk tusk, I think. B is the sacred beaver of Tegumai, on a bit of Old Glory. C is a pearly oyster shell, inside front. D must be a sort of mussel shell, outside front. E is a twist of silver wire. F is broken, but what remains of it is a bit of stag's horn. G is painted on a piece of wood. The bead after G is a small shell, and not a clay bead. I don't know why they did that. H is a kind of big brown cowie shell. I is the inside part of a long shell ground down by hand. It took Tegumai 3 months to grind it down. J is a fish hook in mother of pearl. L is the broken spear in silver. K ought to follow J, of course, but the necklace was broken once and they mended it wrong. K is a thin slice of bone, scratched and rubbed in black. M is on a pale grey shell. N is a piece of what is called porphyry, with a nose scratched on it. Tegumai spent 5 months polishing this stone. O is a piece of oyster shell with a hole in the middle. P and Q are missing. They were lost a long time ago in a great war, and the tribe mended the necklace with dried rattles of a rattlesnake, but no one ever found P and Q. That is how the saying began, "You must mind your P's and Q's." R is, of course, just a shark's tooth. S is a little silver snake. T is the end of a small bone, polished brown and shiny. U is another piece of oyster shell. W is a twisty piece of mother of pearl that they found inside a big mother of pearl shell and sawed off with a wire dipped in sand and water. It took Taffy a month and a half to polish it and drill the holes. X is silver wire joined in the middle with a raw garnet. Taffy found the garnet. Y is a carp's tail in ivory. Z is a bell-shaped piece of agate marked with Z-shaped stripes. They made the Z snake out of one of the stripes by picking out the soft stone and rubbing in red sand and beeswax. Just in the mouth of the bell you see the clay bead repeating the Z letter. These are all the letters. The next bead is a small, round, greeny lump of copper ore. The next is a lump of rough turquoise. The next is a rough gold nugget, what they call water gold. The next is a melon-shaped clay bead, white with green spots. Then come 4 flat ivory pieces with dots on them, rather like dominoes. Then come 3 stone beads, very badly worn. Then 2 soft iron beads with rust holes at the edges. They must have been magic because they look very common. And last is a very, very old African bead, like glass, blue, red, white, black, and yellow. Then comes the loop to slip over the big silver button at the other end, and that is all. I've copied the necklace very carefully. It weighs 1 pound 7½ ounces. The black squiggle behind it is only put in to make the beads and things look better. End of How the Alphabet Was Made. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. The Crab That Played with the Sea. Before the high and far-off times, oh, my best beloved, came the time of the very beginnings, and that was in the days when the eldest magician was getting things ready. First he got the earth ready, then he got the sea ready, then he told all the animals that they could come out and play, and the animals said, "Oh, eldest magician, what shall we play at?" And he said, "I will show you." He took the elephant, all the elephant there was, and said, "Play at being an elephant." And all the elephant there was played. He took the beaver, all the beaver there was, and said, "Play at being a beaver." And all the beaver there was played. He took the cow, all the cow there was, and said, "Play at being a cow." And all the cow there was played. He took the turtle, all the turtle there was, and said, "Play at being a turtle." And all the turtle there was played. One by one he took all the beasts and birds and fishes, and told them what to play at. But towards evening, when people and things grow restless and tired, there came up the man. With his own little girl-daughter? Yes, with his own best-beloved little girl-daughter sitting on his shoulder. And he said, "What is this play, eldest magician?" And the eldest magician said, "Ho, son of Adam, this is the play of the very beginning. But you are too wise for this play." And the man saluted and said, "Yes, I am too wise for this play. But see that you make all the animals obedient to me." Now, while the two were talking together, Pau Ama, the crab, who was next in the game, scuttled off sideways and stepped into the sea, saying to himself, "I will play my play alone in the deep waters, and I will never be obedient to this son of Adam." Nobody saw him go away except the little girl-daughter, where she leaned on the man's shoulder. And the play went on till there were no more animals left without orders, and the eldest magician wiped the fine dust off his hands and walked about the world to see how the animals were playing. He went north, best beloved, and he found all the elephant there was, digging with his tusks and stamping with his feet in the nice, new, clean earth that had been made ready for him.
Coon, said all the elephant there was, meaning, is this right?
Paya Coon, said the eldest magician, meaning, that is quite right. And he breathed upon the great rocks and lumps of earth that all the elephant there was had thrown up, and they became the great Himalayan mountains, and you can look them out on the map. He went east, and he found all the cow there was feeding in the field that had been made ready for her, and she licked her tongue round a whole forest at a time, and swallowed it, and sat down to chew her cud.
Coon,
said all the cow there was. Paya Coon, said the eldest magician, and he breathed upon the bare patch where she had eaten, and upon the place where she had sat down, and one became the great Indian desert, and the other became the desert of Sahara, and you can look them out on the map. He went west, and he found all the beaver there was, making a beaver dam across the mouths of broad rivers that had been got ready for him.
Coon,
said all the beaver there was. Paya Coon, said the eldest magician, and he breathed upon the fallen trees and the still water, and they became the Everglades in Florida, and you may look them out on the map. Then he went south, and found all the turtle there was, scratching with his flippers in the sand that had been got ready for him, and the sand and the rocks whirled through the air and fell far off into the sea.
Coon,
said all the turtle there was. Paya Coon, said the eldest magician, and he breathed upon the sand and the rocks where they had fallen in the sea, and they became the most beautiful islands of Borneo, Celebes, Sumatra, Java, and all the rest of the Malay archipelago, and you can look them out on the map. By and by, the eldest magician met the man on the banks of the Perak River, and said, "Ho, son of Adam, are all the animals obedient to you?" "Yes," said the man. "Is all the earth obedient to you?" "Yes," said the man. "Is all the sea obedient to you?" "No," said the man. "Once a day and once a night the sea runs up the Perak River and drives the sweet water back into the forest, so that my house is made wet. Once a day and once a night it runs down the river and draws all the water after it, so there's nothing left but mud, and my canoe is upset. Is that the play you told it to play?" "No," said the eldest magician. "That is a new and a bad play." "Look," said the man, and as he spoke the great sea came up the mouth of the Perak River, driving the river backwards until it overflowed all the dark forests for miles and miles, and flooded the man's house. "This is wrong. Launch your canoe, and we will find out who is playing with the sea," said the eldest magician. They stepped into the canoe. The little girl daughter came with them, and the man took his kris, a curving, wavy dagger with a blade like a flame, and they pushed out on the Perak River. Then the sea began to run back and back, and the canoe was sucked out of the mouth of the Perak River, past Selangor, past Malacca, past Singapore, out and out to the island of Bintang, as though it had been pulled by a string. Then the eldest magician stood up and shouted, "Ho, beasts, birds, and fishes, that I took from between my hands at the very beginning, and taught the play you should play. Which one of you is playing with the sea?" Then all the beasts, birds, and fishes said together, "Eldest magician, we play the plays you taught us to play, we and our children's children, but none of us plays with the sea." Then the moon rose big and full over the water, and the eldest magician said to the hunchback old man who sits in the moon, spinning a fishing line with which he hopes one day to catch the world, "Ho, fisher of the moon, are you playing with the sea?" "No," said the fisherman. "I am spinning a line with which I shall some day catch the world, but I do not play with the sea." And he went on spinning his line. Now there is also a rat up in the moon, who always bites the old fisherman's line as fast as it is made. And the eldest magician said to him, "Ho, rat of the moon, are you playing with the sea?" And the rat said, "I'm too busy biting through the line that this old fisherman is spinning. I do not play with the sea. and he went on biting the line. Then the little girl daughter put up her little soft brown arms with the beautiful white shell bracelets, and said, "Oh, eldest magician, when my father here talked to you at the very beginning, and I leaned upon his shoulder while the beasts were being taught their plays, one beast went away naughtily into the sea before you had taught him his play." And the eldest magician said, "How wise are little children who see and are silent. What was the beast like?" And the little girl daughter said, "He was round and he was flat, and his eyes grew upon stalks, and he walked sideways like this, and he was covered with strong armor upon his back." And the eldest magician said, "How wise are little children who speak truth. Now I know where Pau Ama went. Give me the paddle." So he took the paddle, but there was no need to paddle, for the water flowed steadily past all the islands till they came to the place called Pusat Tasek, the heart of the sea, where the great hollow is that leads down to the heart of the world, and in that hollow grows the wonderful tree, Pau Jangi, that bears the magic twin nuts. Then the eldest magician slid his arm up to the shoulder through the deep water, and under the roots of the wonderful tree he touched the broad back of Pau Ama the crab, and Pau Ama settled down at the touch, and all the sea rose up as water rises in a basin when you put your hand into it. "Ah," said the eldest magician, "now I know who's been playing with the sea." And he called out, "What are you doing, Pau Ama?" And Pau Ama, deep down below, answered, "Once a day and once a night I go out to look for my food. Once a day and once a night I return. Leave me alone." Then the eldest magician said, "Listen, Pau Ama. When you go out from your cave, the waters of the sea pour down into Pusat Tasek, and all the beaches of all the islands are left completely bare, and the little fish die, and Raja Moyang Kaban, the king of the elephants, his legs are made muddy. When you come back and sit in Pusat Tasek, the waters of the sea rise, and half the little islands are drowned, and the man's house is flooded, and Raja Abdullah, the king of the crocodiles, his mouth is filled with the salt water." Then Pau Ama, deep down below, laughed and said, "I did not know I was so important. Henceforward I will go out 7 times a day, and the waters shall never be still." And the eldest magician said, "I cannot make you play the play you were meant to play, Pau Ama, because you escaped me at the very beginning. But if you are not afraid, come up and we will talk about it." "I am not afraid," said Pau Ama, and he rose to the top of the sea in the moonlight. There was nobody in the world so big as Pau Ama, for he was the king crab of all crabs. Not a common crab, but a king crab. One side of his shell touched the beach at Sarawak, the other the beach at Pahang, and he was taller than the smoke of 3 volcanoes. As he rose up through the branches of the wonderful tree, he tore off one of the great twin fruits, the magic double-kerneled nuts that make people young, and the little girl daughter saw it bobbing alongside the canoe, and pulled it in and began to pick out the soft eyes of it with her little golden scissors. "Now," said the magician, "make a magic, Pau Ama, and show that you are really important." Pau Ama rolled his eyes and waved his legs, but he could only stir up the sea, because, though he was a king crab, he was nothing more than a crab. And the eldest magician laughed. "You're not so important after all, Pau Ama," he said. "Now let me try." And he made a magic with his left hand, with just the little finger of his left hand, and lo and behold, best beloved, Pau Ama's hard, blue, green, black shell fell off him as a husk falls off a cocoa-nut, and Pau Ama was left all soft, soft as the little crabs you sometimes find on the beach, best beloved. "Indeed you are very important," said the eldest magician. "Shall I ask the man here to cut you with kris? Shall I send for Raja Moyang Kaban, the king of the elephants, to pierce you with his tusks? Or shall I call Raja Abdullah, the king of the crocodiles, to bite you?" And Pau Ama said,
I am ashamed. Give me back my hard shell, and let me go back to Pusat and I will only stir out once a day and once a night to get my food."
And the eldest magician said, "No, Pau Amma, I will not give you back your shell, for you will grow bigger and prouder and stronger, and perhaps you will forget your promise, and you will play with the sea once more." Then Pau Amma said,
"What shall I do? I'm so big I can only hide in Pusat, and if I go anywhere else, all soft as I am now, the sharks and the dogfish will eat me. And if I go to Pusat, all soft as I am now, though I may be safe, I can never stir out to get my food, and so I shall die."
Then he waved his legs and lamented. "Listen, Pau Amma," said the eldest magician. "I cannot make you play the play you were meant to play, because you escaped me at the very beginning. But if you choose, I can make every stone and every hole and every bunch of weed in all the seas a safe Pusat for you and your children for always."
Then Pau Amma said, "That is good, but I do not choose yet. Look, there is that man who talked to you at the very beginning. If he had not taken up your attention, I should not have grown tired of waiting and run away, and all this would never have happened. What will he do for me?"
And the man said, "If you choose, I will make a magic, so that both the deep water and the dry ground will be a home for you and your children, so that you shall be able to hide both on the land and in the sea."
And Pau Amma said, "I do not choose yet. Look, there is that girl who saw me running away at the very beginning. If she had spoken then, the eldest magician would have called me back, and all this would never have happened. What will she do for me?" And the little girl daughter said, "This is a good nut that I am eating. If you choose, I will make a magic, and I will give you this pair of scissors, very sharp and strong, so that you and your children can eat cocoa nuts like this all day long when you come up from the sea to the land, or you can dig a Pusat for yourself with the scissors that belong to you, when there is no stone or hole near by. And when the earth is too hard, by the help of these same scissors you can run up a tree."
And Pau Amma said,
"I do not choose yet, for all soft as I am, these gifts would not help me. Give me back my shell, O eldest magician, and then I will play your play."
And the eldest magician said, "I will give it back, Pau Amma, for 11 months of the year. But on the 12th month of every year it shall grow soft again, to remind you and all your children that I can make magics, and to keep you humble, Pau Amma. For I see that if you can run both under the water and on land, you will grow too bold, and if you can climb trees and crack nuts and dig holes with your scissors, you will grow greedy, Pau Amma."
Then Pau Amma thought a little and said, "I have made my choice. I will take all the gifts."
Then the eldest magician made a magic with his right hand, with all 5 fingers of his right hand. And lo and behold, best beloved, Pau Amma grew smaller and smaller and smaller, till at last there was only a little green crab swimming in the water alongside the canoe, crying out in a very small voice,
"Give me the scissors."
And the girl daughter picked him up on the palm of her little brown hand, and sat him in the bottom of the canoe, and gave him her scissors. And he waved them in his little arms, and opened them and shut them, and snapped them, and said,
"I can eat nuts, I can crack shells, I can dig holes, I can climb trees, I can breathe in the dry air, and I can find a safe Pusat under every stone. I did not know I was so important. Coon?"
Is this right? "Paya Coon," said the eldest magician, and he laughed and gave him his blessing. And little Pau Amma scuttled over the side of the canoe into the water, and he was so tiny that he could have hidden under the shadow of a dry leaf on land, or of a dead shell at the bottom of the sea. "Was that well done?" said the eldest magician.
"Yes," said the man, "but now we must go back to Perak, for that is a weary way to paddle. If we had waited till Pau Amma had gone out of Pusat and come home, the water would have carried us there by itself."
"You are lazy," said the eldest magician. "So your children shall be lazy. They shall be the laziest people in the world. They shall be called the Malaysy, the lazy people." And he held up his finger to the moon and said, "O fisherman,
Here is the man too lazy to row home. Pull his canoe home with your line, fisherman." "No," said the man. "If I'm to be lazy all my days, let the sea work for me twice a day for ever. That will save paddling." And the eldest magician laughed and said, "Paya kun. That is right." And the Rat of the Moon stopped biting the line, and the fisherman let his line down till it touched the sea, and he pulled the whole deep sea along, past the island of Bintang, past Singapore, past Malacca, past Selangor, till the canoe whirled into the mouth of the Perak River again. "Kun," said the fisherman of the moon. "Paya kun," said the eldest magician. "See now that you pull the sea twice a day and twice a night for ever, so that the Malaysia fisherman may be saved paddling. But be careful not to do it too hard, or I shall make a magic on you as I did to Pau Ama." Then they all went up the Perak River and went to bed, best beloved. Now, listen and attend. From that day to this, the moon has always pulled the sea up and down, and made what we call the tides. Sometimes the fisher of the sea pulls a little too hard, and then we get spring tides. And sometimes he pulls a little too softly, and then we get what are called neap tides. But nearly always he's careful, because of the eldest magician. And Pau Ama, you can see when you go to the beach how all Pau Ama's babies make little pusat taseks for themselves under every stone and bunch of weed on the sands. And you can see them waving their little scissors. And in some parts of the world they truly live on the dry land and run up the palm trees and eat coconuts, exactly as the girl daughter promised. But once a year all Pau Amas must shake off their hard armor and be soft, to remind them of what the eldest magician could do. So it isn't fair to kill or hunt Pau Ama's babies just because old Pau Ama was stupidly rude a very long time ago. Oh yes, and Pau Ama's babies hate being taken out of their little pusat taseks and brought home in pickle bottles. That's why they nip you with their scissors. And it serves you right. China-going P&Os pass Pau Ama's playground close, and his pusat tasek lies near the track of most BIs. UYK and NDL know Pau Ama's home as well as the fisher of the sea knows Ben's, MM's, and Rupertino's. But, and this is rather queer, ATLs cannot come here. O and DOA must go round another way. Orient Anchor, Bibby, Hall never go that way at all. UCS would have a fit if it found itself on it. And if beavers took their cargoes to Penang instead of Lagos, or a fat Shaw Savill bore passengers to Singapore, or a White Star were to try a little trip to Surabaya, or a BSA went on past Natal to Cherrybon, then great Mr. Lloyd's would come with a wire and drag them home. You'll know what my riddle means when you've eaten mangosteens. Or, if you can't wait till then, ask them to let you have the outside page of the Times. Turn over to page 2, where it is marked Shipping on the top left hand, and take the Atlas, and that is the finest picture book in the world, and see how the names of the places that the steamers go fit into the names of the places on the map. Any steamer kiddie ought to be able to do that. But if you can't read, ask someone to show it to you.
The pictures described by the author. 1. This is a picture of Pau Ama the crab running away while the eldest magician was talking to the man and his little girl daughter. The eldest magician is sitting on his magic throne, wrapped up in his magic cloud. The 3 flowers in front of him are the 3 magic flowers. At the top of the hill you can see all the elephant there was, and all the cow there was, and all the turtle there was, going off to play as the eldest magician told them. The cow has a hump because she was all the cow there was, so she had to have all there was for all the cows that were made afterwards. Under the hill there are animals who have been taught the game they were to play. You can see all the tiger there was, smiling at all the bones there were, and you can see all the elk there was, and all the parrot there was, and all the bunnies there were on the hill. The other animals are on the other side of the hill, so I haven't drawn them. The little house up the hill is all the house there was. The eldest magician made it to show the man how to make houses when he wanted to. The snake round that spiky hill is all the snake there was, and he is talking to all the monkey there was, and the monkey is being rude to the snake, and the snake is being rude to the monkey. The man is very busy talking to the eldest magician. The little girl daughter is looking at Pau Amma as he runs away. That humpy thing in the water in front is Pau Amma. He wasn't a common crab in those days. He was a king crab. That's why he looks different. The thing that looks like bricks that the man is standing in is the big mizmaze. When the man has done talking with the eldest magician, he will walk in the big mizmaze because he has to. The mark on the stone under the man's foot is a magic mark, and down underneath I have drawn the 3 magic flowers, all mixed up with the magic cloud. All this picture is big medicine and strong magic. 2. This is the picture of Pau Amma the crab rising out of the sea as tall as the smoke of 3 volcanoes. I haven't drawn the 3 volcanoes because Pau Amma is so big. Pau Amma is trying to make a magic, but he is only a silly old king crab, so he can't do anything. You can see he is all legs and claws and empty hollow shell. The canoe is the canoe that the man and the girl daughter and the eldest magician sailed from the Perak River in. The sea is all black and bobbly because Pau Amma has just risen up out of Pusat Tasek. Pusat Tasek is underneath, so I haven't drawn it. The man is waving his curvy crysknife at Pau Amma. The little girl daughter is sitting quietly in the middle of the canoe. She knows she is quite safe with her daddy. The eldest magician is standing up at the other end of the canoe, beginning to make a magic. He has left his magic throne on the beach, and he has taken off his clothes so as not to get wet, and he has left the magic cloud behind too, so as not to tip the boat over. The thing that looks like another little canoe outside the real canoe is called an outrigger. It's a piece of wood tied to sticks, and it prevents the canoe from being tipped over. The canoe is made out of one piece of wood, and there is a paddle at one end of it. End of The Crab That Played with the Sea, by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. The Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 11. The Cat That Walked by Himself. Hear and attend and listen, for this befell and behappened and became and was, O my best beloved, when the tame animals were wild. The dog was wild, and the horse was wild, and the cow was wild, and the sheep was wild, and the pig was wild as wild could be. And they walked in the wet wild woods by their wild lones. But the wildest of all the wild animals was the cat. He walked by himself, and all places were alike to him. Of course, the man was wild too. He was dreadfully wild. He didn't even begin to be tame till he met the woman, and she told him that she did not like living in his wild ways. She picked out a nice dry cave instead of a heap of wet leaves to lie down in, and she strewed clean sand on the floor, and she lit a nice fire of wood at the back of the cave, and she hung dried wild horse skin tail down across the opening of the cave, and she said, "Wipe your feet, dear, when you come in, and now we'll keep house." That night, best beloved, they ate wild sheep roasted on the hot stones and flavoured with wild garlic and wild pepper, and wild duck stuffed with wild rice, and wild fenugreek and wild coriander, and marrow bones of wild oxen, and wild cherries, and wild grenadillas. Then the man went to sleep in front of the fire, ever so happy. But the woman sat up, combing her hair. She took the bone of the shoulder of mutton, the big, fat blade bone, and she looked at the wonderful marks on it, and threw more wood on the fire, and she made a magic. She made the first singing magic in the world. Out in the wet wild woods, all the wild animals gathered together where they could see the light of the fire a long way off, and they wondered what it meant. Then the wild horse stamped his wild foot and said, "Oh, my friends, and oh, my enemies! Why have the man and the woman made that great light in that great cave, and what harm will it do us?" Wild Dog lifted up his wild nose and smelled the smell of roast mutton, and said, "I will go up and see, and look and say, for I think it is good. Cat, come with me." "Nenny," said the cat, "I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me. I will not come." "Then we can never be friends again," said Wild Dog, and he trotted off to the cave. But when he had gone a little way, the cat said to himself, "All places are alike to me. Why should I not go too, and see and look, and come away at my own liking?" So he slipped after Wild Dog, softly, very softly, and hid himself where he could hear everything. When Wild Dog reached the mouth of the cave, he lifted up the dried horseskin with his nose, and sniffed the beautiful smell of the roast mutton. And the woman, looking at the blade bone, heard him, and laughed, and said, "Here comes the first wild thing out of the wild woods. What do you want?" Wild Dog said, "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, what is this that smells so good in the wild woods?" Then the woman picked up a roasted mutton bone, and threw it to the Wild Dog, and said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, taste and try." Wild Dog gnawed the bone, and it was more delicious than anything he had ever tasted. And he said, "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, give me another." The woman said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, help my man to hunt through the day, and guard this cave at night, and I will give you as many roast bones as you need." "Ah," said the cat, listening, "this is a very wise woman, but she is not so wise as I am." Wild Dog crawled into the cave, and laid his head on the woman's lap, and said, "Oh, my friend, and wife of my friend, I will help your man hunt through the day, and at night I will guard your cave." "Ah," said the cat, listening, "that is a very foolish dog." And he went back through the wet wild woods, waving his wild tail, and walking by his wild lone. But he never told anybody. When the man waked up, he said, "What is Wild Dog doing here?" And the woman said, "His name is not Wild Dog any more, but the First Friend, because he will be our friend for always and always and always. Take him with you when you go hunting." That night the woman cut great green armfuls of fresh grass from the water meadows, and dried it before the fire, so that it smelt like new-mown hay. And she sat at the mouth of the cave, and plaited a halter out of horsehide. And she looked at the shoulder of mutton bone, the big, broad blade bone, and she made a magic. She made the second singing magic in the world. Out of the wild woods all the wild animals wondered what had happened to Wild Dog, and at last Wild Horse stamped with his foot, and said, "I will go and see, and say why Wild Dog has not returned. Cat, come with me." "Nenny," said the cat, "I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me. I will not come." But all the same he followed Wild Horse softly, very softly, and hid himself where he could hear everything. When the woman heard Wild Horse tripping and stumbling on his long mane, she laughed, and said, "Here comes the second wild thing out of the wild woods. What do you want?" Wild Horse said, "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, where is Wild Dog?" The woman laughed, and picked up the blade bone, and looked at it, and said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, you did not come here for Wild Dog, but for the sake of this good grass." And Wild Horse, tripping and stumbling on his long mane, said, "That is true. Give it me to eat." The woman said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, bend your wild head, and wear what I give you, and you shall eat the wonderful grass 3 times a day."
"Ah," said the cat, listening, "this is a clever woman, but she is not so clever as I am."
Wild Horse bent his wild head, and the woman slipped the plaited hide halter over it. And the Wild Horse breathed on the woman's feet and said,
"Oh, my mistress and wife of my master, I will be your servant for the sake of the wonderful grass."
"Ah," said the cat, listening, "that is a very foolish horse." And he went back through the wet wild woods, waving his wild tail and walking by his wild lone. But he never told anybody. When the man and the dog came back from hunting, the man said, "What is Wild Horse doing here?" And the woman said, "His name is not Wild Horse any more, but the first servant, because he will carry us from place to place for always and always and always. Ride on his back when you go hunting." Next day, holding her wild head high, that her wild horns should not catch in the wild trees, Wild Cow came up to the cave, and the cat followed, and hid himself just the same as before, and everything happened just the same as before, and the cat said the same things as before, and then Wild Cow promised to give her milk to the woman every day in exchange for the wonderful grass. The cat went back through the wet wild woods, waving his wild tail and walking by his wild lone, just the same as before. But he never told anybody. And when the man and the horse and the dog came home from hunting and asked the same questions, same as before, the woman said, "Her name is not Wild Cow any more, but the giver of good food. She will give us the warm white milk for always and always and always. I will take care of her, while you and the first friend and the first servant go hunting." The next day the cat waited to see if any other wild thing would go up to the cave, but no one moved in the wet wild woods. So the cat walked there by himself, and he saw the woman milking the cow, and he saw the light of the fire in the cave, and he smelt the smell of the warm white milk. Cat said,
"Oh, my enemy and wife of my enemy, where did Wild Cow go?"
The woman laughed and said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, go back to the woods again, for I've braided up my hair, and I've put away the magic blade bone, and we have no more need of either friends or servants in our cave."
Cat said, "I am not a friend, and I am not a servant. I am the cat who walks by himself, and I wish to come into your cave."
Woman said, "Then why did you not come with first friend on the first night?" Cat grew very angry and said,
"Has Wild Dog told tales of me?"
Then the woman laughed and said, "You are the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to you. You are neither a friend nor a servant. You've said it yourself. Go away and walk by yourself in all places alike." Then the cat pretended to be sorry, and said,
"Must I never come into the cave? Must I never sit by the warm fire? Must I never drink the warm white milk? You are very wise and very beautiful. You should not be cruel, even to a cat."
Woman said, "I knew I was wise, but I did not know I was beautiful. So I'll make a bargain with you. If I ever say one word in your praise, you may come into the cave."
"And if you say 2 words in my praise?"
said the cat. "I never shall," said the woman. "But if I say 2 words in your praise, you may sit by the fire in the cave."
"And if you say 3 words?"
said the cat. "I never shall," said the woman. "But if I say 3 words in your praise, you may drink the warm white milk 3 times a day, for always and always and always." Then the cat arched his back and said,
"Now let the curtain at the mouth of the cave, and the fire at the back of the cave, and the milk pots that stand beside the fire, remember what the enemy and the wife of my enemy has said."
And he went away through the wet wild woods, waving his wild tail and walking by his wild lone. That night, when the man and the horse and the dog came home from hunting, the woman did not tell them of the bargain she had made with the cat, because she was afraid that they might not like it. Cat went far and far away, and hid himself in the wet wild woods by his wild lone for a long time, till the woman forgot all about him. Only the bat The little upside-down bat that hung inside the cave knew where Cat hid, and every evening Bat would fly to Cat with news of what was happening. One evening Bat said,
"There is a baby in the cave. He is new and pink and fat and small, and the woman is very fond of him."
"Ah," said the Cat, listening. "But what is the baby fond of?"
"He is fond of things that are soft and tickle," said the Bat. "He is fond of warm things to hold in his arms when he goes to sleep. He is fond of being played with. He is fond of all those things."
"Ah," said the Cat, listening. "Then my time has come." Next night the Cat walked through the wet wild woods, and hid very near the cave till morning time, and man and dog and horse went hunting. The woman was busy cooking that morning, and the baby cried and interrupted, so she carried him outside the cave and gave him a handful of pebbles to play with. But still the baby cried. Then the Cat put out his patty paw and patted the baby on the cheek, and it cooed, and the Cat rubbed against its fat knees and tickled it under its fat chin with his tail, and the baby laughed, and the woman heard him and smiled. Then the Bat, the little upside-down bat that hung in the mouth of the cave, said,
"Oh, my hostess, and wife of my host, and mother of my host's son, a wild thing from the wild woods is most beautifully playing with your baby."
"A blessing on that wild thing, whoever he may be," said the woman, straightening her back, "for I was a busy woman this morning, and he has done me a service." That very minute and second, Best Beloved, the dried horse-skin curtain that was stretched tail down at the mouth of the cave fell down, whoosh, because it remembered the bargain she had made with the Cat, and when the woman went to pick it up, lo and behold, the Cat was sitting quite comfy inside the cave.
"Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the Cat, "it is I, for you have spoken a word in my praise, and now I can sit within the cave for always and always and always. But still I am the Cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." The woman was very angry, and shut her lips, and took up her spinning wheel and began to spin. But the baby cried because the Cat had gone away, and the woman could not hush it, for it struggled and kicked and grew black in the face. "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the Cat, "take a strand of the wire that you are spinning, and tie it to your spinning whorl, and drag it along the floor, and I will show you a magic that shall make your baby laugh as loudly as he is now crying." "I will do so," said the woman, "because I am at my wit's end, but I will not thank you for it." She tied the thread to the little clay spindle whorl, and drew it across the floor, and the Cat ran after it, and patted it with his paws, and rolled head over heels, and tossed it backwards over his shoulder, and chased it between his hind legs, and pretended to lose it, and pounced down upon it again, till the baby laughed as loudly as it had been crying, and scrambled after the Cat, and frolicked all over the cave, till it grew tired, and settled down to sleep with the Cat in its arms. "Now," said the Cat, "I will sing the baby a song that shall keep him asleep for an hour." And he began to purr, loud and low, low and loud, till the baby fell fast asleep. The woman smiled as she looked down upon the two of them, and said, "That was wonderfully done. No question but you are very clever, O Cat." That very minute and second, O Best Beloved, the smoke of the fire at the back of the cave came down in clouds from the roof, puff, because it remembered the bargain she had made with the Cat. And when it had cleared away, lo and behold, the Cat was sitting quite comfy close to the fire. "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the Cat, "it is I, for you have spoken a second word in my praise, and now I can sit by the warm fire at the back of the cave for always and always and always. But still I am the Cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." Then the woman was very, very angry, and let down her hair, and put more wood on the fire, and brought out the blade bone of the shoulder of mutton, and began to make a magic that should prevent her from saying a third word in praise of the Cat. It was not a singing magic, best beloved. It was a still magic. By and by the cave grew so still that a little wee mouse crept out of a corner and ran across the floor. "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the cat. "Is that little mouse part of your magic?" "Oh, gee, no, indeed," said the woman, and she dropped the blade bone and jumped up upon the footstool in front of the fire and braided up her hair very quick for fear that the mouse should run up it. "Ah," said the cat, watching. "Then the mouse will do me no harm if I eat it?" "No," said the woman, braiding up her hair. "Eat it quickly, and I will ever be grateful to you." Cat made one jump and caught the little mouse, and the woman said, "100 thanks, for the first friend is not quick enough to catch little mice as you have done. You must be very wise." That very moment and second, O best beloved, the milk pot that stood by the fire cracked in two pieces, because it remembered the bargain she had made with the cat. And when the woman jumped down from the footstool, lo and behold, the cat was lapping up the warm white milk that lay in one of the broken pieces. "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the cat, "it is I, for you have spoken 3 words in my praise, and now I can drink the warm white milk 3 times a day, for always and always and always. But still I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." Then the woman laughed, and set the cat a bowl of warm white milk, and said, "O cat, you are as clever as a man. But remember that your bargain was not made with the man or the dog, and I do not know what they will do when they come home." "What is that to me?" said the cat. "If I have my place in the cave by the fire, and my warm white milk 3 times a day, I do not care what the man or the dog can do." That evening, when the man and the dog came into the cave, the woman told them all the story of the bargain, while the cat sat by the fire and smiled. Then the man said, "Yes, but he's not made a bargain with me, or with all proper men after me." Then he took off his 2 leather boots, and he took up his little stone axe, that makes 3, and he fetched a piece of wood and a hatchet, that's 5 altogether, and he set them out in a row, and said, "Now we will make our bargain. If you do not catch mice when you are in the cave for always and always and always, I will throw these 5 things at you whenever I see you, and so shall all proper men do after me." "Ah," said the woman, listening, "this is a very clever cat, but he's not so clever as my man." The cat counted the 5 things, and they looked very nobly, and he said, "I will catch mice when I am in the cave for always and always and always. But still I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." "Not when I am near," said the man. "If you had not said that last, I would have put all these things away for always and always and always. But now I am going to throw my 2 boots and my little stone axe, that makes 3, at you whenever I meet you, and so shall all proper men do after me." Then the dog said, "Wait a minute. He's not made a bargain with me, or with all proper dogs after me." And he showed his teeth, and said, "If you are not kind to the baby while I am in the cave for always and always and always, I will hunt you till I catch you, and when I catch you I will bite you, and so shall all proper dogs do after me." "Ah," said the woman, listening, "this is a very clever cat, but he is not so clever as the dog." Cat counted the dog's teeth, and they looked very pointed, and said, "I will be kind to the baby while I am in the cave, as long as he does not pull my tail too hard, for always and always and always. But still I am the cat that walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." "Not while I am near," said the dog. "If you had not said that last, I would have shut my mouth for always and always and always. But now I am going to hunt you up a tree whenever I meet you, and so shall all proper dogs do after me." Then the man threw his 2 boots and his little stone axe, that makes 3, at the cat, and the cat ran out of the cave, and the dog chased him up a tree, and from that day to this, best beloved, 3 proper men out of 5 will always throw things at a cat whenever they meet him, and all proper dogs will chase him up a tree. But the cat keeps his side of the bargain too. He will kill mice, and he will be kind to babies when he is in the house, just so long as they do not pull his tail too hard. And when he has done that, and between times, and when the moon gets up and the night comes, he is the cat that walks by himself, and all places are alike to him. Then he goes out to the wet wild woods, or up in the wet wild trees, or on the wet wild roofs, waving his wild tail and walking by his wild lone. Pussy can sit by the fire and sing. Pussy can climb a tree, or play with a silly old cork and string, to amuse herself, not me. But I like Binky, my dog, because he knows how to behave. So Binky's the same as the first friend was, and I am the man in the cave. Pussy will play Man Friday till it's time to wet her paw, and make her walk on the window sill for the footprint Crusoe saw. Then she fluffles her tail and mews, and scratches and won't attend. But Binky will play whatever I choose, for he is my true first friend. Pussy will rub my knees with her head, pretending she loves me hard. But the very minute I go to my bed, Pussy runs out in the yard, and there she stays till the morning light. So I know it is only pretend. But Binky, he snores at my feet all night, and he is my firstest friend.
Pictures described by the author. 1. This is the picture of the cave where the man and the woman lived first of all. It was really a very nice cave, and much warmer than it looks. The man had a canoe. It is up on the edge of the river, being soaked in the water to make it swell up. The tattery-looking thing across the river is the man's salmon net to catch salmon with. There are nice clean stones leading up from the river to the mouth of the cave, so that the man and the woman could go down for water without getting sand between their toes. The things like black beetles far down the beach are really trunks of dead trees that floated down the river from the wet wild woods on the other bank. The man and the woman used to drag them out and dry them and cut them up for firewood. I haven't drawn the horsehide curtain at the mouth of the cave because the woman has just taken it down to be cleaned. All those little smudges on the sand between the cave and the river are the marks of the woman's feet and the man's feet. The man and the woman are both inside the cave, eating their dinner. They went to another cosier cave when the baby came, because the baby used to crawl down to the river and fall in, and the dog had to pull him out. 2. This is the picture of the cat that walked by himself, walking by his wild lone through the wet wild woods, and waving his wild tail. There is nothing else in the picture except some toadstools. They had to grow there because the woods were so wet. The lumpy thing on the low branch isn't a bird. It is moss that grew there because the wet wild woods were so wet. Underneath the truly picture is a picture of the cosy cave that the man and the woman went to after the baby came. It was their summer cave, and they planted wheat in front of it. The man is riding on the horse to find the cow and bring her back to the cave to be milked. He is holding up his hand to call the dog, who has swum across to the other side of the river looking for rabbits.
End of The Cat That Walked by Himself. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 12 of Just So Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 12. The Taboo Tale. The most important thing about Tegumai Bopsuli and his dear daughter Taphimai Metalumai was the taboos of Tegumai, which were all Bopsuli. Listen and attend and remember, O best beloved, because we know about taboos, you and I. When Taphimai Metalumai, but you can still call her Taffy, went out into the woods hunting with Tegumai, she never kept still. She kept very unstill. She danced among the dead leaves, she did. She snapped dry branches off, she did. She slid down banks and pits, she did. Quarries and pits of sand, she did. She splashed through swamps and bogs, she did. And she made a horrible noise. So all the animals that they hunted Squirrels, beavers, otters, badgers, and deer, and the rabbits knew when Taffy and her daddy were coming and ran away. Then Taffy said, "I'm awfully sorry, Daddy dear." Then Tegumai said, "What's the use of being sorry? The squirrels have gone, and the beavers have dived, the deer have jumped, and the rabbits are deep in their burrows. You ought to be beaten, O daughter of Tegumai, and I would too if I didn't happen to love you." Just then he saw a squirrel kinking and prinking round the trunk of an ash tree, and he said, "Shh! There's a lunch, Taffy, if you'll only keep quiet." Taffy said, "Where? Where? Show me! Show!" She said it in a raspy whisper that would have frightened a steam cow, and she skittered about in the bracken, being a citable child, and the squirrel flicked his tail and went off in large, free, loopy leaps to about the middle of Sussex before he ever stopped. Tegumai was severely angry. He stood quite still, making up his mind whether it would be better to boil Taffy, or skin Taffy, or tattoo Taffy, or cut her hair, or send her to bed for one night without being kissed. And while he was thinking, the head chief of the tribe of Tegumai came through the woods, all in his eagle feathers. He was the head chief of the high and the low and the middle medicine for the whole tribe of Tegumai, and he and Taffy were rather friends. He said to Tegumai, "What is the matter, O chiefest of Bopsuli? You look angry." "I am angry," said Tegumai, and he told the head chief all about Taffy's very unstillness in the woods, and about the way she frightened the game, and about her falling into swamps because she would look behind her when she ran, and about her falling out of trees because she wouldn't take good hold on both sides of her, and about her getting her legs all greeny with duckweed from ponds and places, and bringing it sploshing into the cave. The head chief shook his head till the eagle feathers and the little shells on his forehead rattled. Then he said, "Well, well, I'll see about it later. I wanted to talk to you, O Tegumai, on serious business." "Talk away, O head chief," said Tegumai, and they both sat down politely. "Observe and take notice, O Tegumai," said the head chief. "The tribe of Tegumai have been fishing the Wagai River for ever so long, and ever so much too much. Consequence is that there's hardly any carp of any size left in it, and even the little carps are going away." "Quite so, O Tegumai," said the head chief. "What do you think of putting the big tribal taboo on it, so as to stop everyone from fishing there for 6 months?" "That's a good plan, O head chief," said Tegumai. "But what will the consequences be if any of our people break the taboo?" "Consequence will be, O Tegumai," said the head chief, "that we will make them understand it with sticks and stinging nettles and daubs of mud, and if that doesn't teach them, we'll draw fine freehand tribal patterns on their backs with the cutty edges of mussel shells. Come along with me, O Tegumai, and we will proclaim the tribal taboo on the Wagai River." Then they went up to the head chief's head house, where all the tribal magic of Tegumai belonged, and they brought out the big tribal taboo pole made of wood, with the image of the tribal beaver of Tegumai and all the other animals carved on top, and all the tribal taboo marks carved underneath. Then they called up the tribe of Tegumai, with the big tribal horn that roars and blaws, and the middle tribal couch that squeaks and squawks, and the little tribal drum that taps and raps. They made a lovely noise, and Taffy was allowed to beat the little tribal drum, because she was rather friends with the head chief. When all the tribe had come together in front of the head chief's house, the head chief stood up and said and sang, "O tribe of Tegumai, the Wagai River has been fished too much, and the carp fish are getting frightened. Nobody must fish in the Wagai River for 6 months. It is taboo, both sides and the middle, on all islands and mud banks. It is taboo to bring a fishing spear nearer than 10 man-strides to the bank of the river. It is taboo, it is taboo, it is most specially taboo, O tribe of Tegumai. It is taboo for this month, and next 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 month. Now go and put up the taboo pole by the river,
and don't let anybody pretend that they haven't understood."
Then the tribe of Tegomai shouted and put up the taboo pole by the banks of the Wagai River, and swiftly they ran down both banks, half the tribe on one side and half on the other, and chased away all the small boys who hadn't attended the meeting because they were looking for crayfish in the river. And then they all praised the head chief and Tegomai Bopsulai. Tegomai went home after this, but Taffy stayed with the head chief because they were rather friends. She was very much surprised. She had never seen a taboo put on anything before, and she said to the head chief, "What does taboo mean exactly?" The head chief said, "Taboo doesn't mean anything till you break it, O only daughter of Tegomai. But when you break it, it means sticks and stinging nettles, and fine freehand tribal patterns drawn on your back with the cutty edges of mussel shells." Then Taffy said, "Could I have a taboo of my own, a little small taboo to play with?"
Then the head chief said, "I'll give you a little taboo of your own, just because you made up that picture writing, which will one day grow into the ABC." You remember how Taffy and Tegomai made up the alphabet? That was why she and the head chief were rather friends. He took off one of his magic necklaces. He had 22 of them, and it was made of bits of pink coral. And he said, "If you put this necklace on anything that belongs to you, your own self, no one can touch that thing until you take the necklace off. It will only work inside your own cave, and if you have left anything of yours lying about where you shouldn't, the taboo won't work till you have put that thing back in its proper place."
"Thank you very much indeed," said Taffy. "Now, what do you truly suppose it will do to my daddy?"
"I'm not quite sure," said the head chief. "He may throw himself down on the floor and shout, or he may have cramps, or he may just flop, or he may take 3 sorrowful steps and say sorrowful words, and then you can pull his hair 3 times if you like."
"And what will it do to my mummy?" said Taffy.
"There aren't any taboos on people's mummies," said the head chief.
"Why not?"
said Taffy. "Because if there were taboos on people's mummies could put taboos on breakfasts and dinners and teas, and that would be bad for the tribe. Long and long ago the tribe decided not to have any taboos on people's mummies anywhere for anything."
"Well," said Taffy, "do you know if my daddy has any taboos of his own that will work on me? S'posin' I broke a taboo by accident?"
"You don't mean to say," said the head chief, "that your daddy has never put any taboos on you yet?"
"No," said Taffy. "He only says 'don't' and gets angry."
"Ah, I suppose he thought you were a kiddie," said the head chief. "Now, if you show him that you've a real taboo of your own, I shouldn't be surprised if he put several real taboos on you."
"Thank you," said Taffy, "but I have a little garden of my very own outside the cave, and if you don't mind, I should like you to make this taboo necklace work so that if I hang it up on the wild roses in front of the garden, and people go inside, they won't be able to come out till they've said they are sorry."
"Oh, certainly, certainly," said the head chief. "Of course you can taboo your very own garden."
"Thank you," said Taffy. "And now I'll go home and see if this taboo truly works." When she got back to the cave, it was nearly time for dinner, and when she came to the door Teshumai to Windrow, her dear mummy, instead of saying, "Where have you been, Taffy?" said, "Oh, daughter of Tegomai, come in and eat," same as if she'd been a grown-up person. That was because she saw a taboo necklace on Taffy's neck. Her daddy was sitting in front of the fire waiting for dinner, and he said the very same thing, and Taffy felt most important. She looked all round the cave to see that her own things, her private mendy bag of otter skin with the shark's teeth and the bone needles and the deer sinew thread, her mud shoes of birch bark, her spear and her throwing stick, and her lunch basket, were all in their proper places, and then she slipped off her taboo necklace quite quickly and hung it over the handle of the little wooden water bucket that she used to draw water with. Then her mummy said to Tegomai, her daddy, quite accidental, "Oh, Tegomai, won't you get us some fresh drinking water for dinner?" "Certainly," said Tegomai. and he jumped up and lifted Taffy's bucket with the taboo necklace on it. Next minute he fell down flat on the floor and shouted, then curled himself up and rolled round the cave. Then he stood up and flopped several times. "My dear," said Teshumai to Windrow, "it looks to me as if you had rather broken somebody's taboo somehow. Does it hurt?" "Horribly," said Tegumai. Then he took 3 sorrowful steps and put his head on one side and shouted, "I broke taboo! I broke taboo! I broke taboo!" "Taffy dear, that must be your taboo," said Teshumai to Windrow. "You better pull his hair 3 times, or he will have to go on shouting till evening, and you know what Daddy is like once he begins." Tegumai stooped down, and Taffy pulled his hair 3 times, and he wiped his face and said, "My tribal word, that's a dreadful strong taboo of yours, Taffy. Where did you get it from?" "The head chief gave it to me. He told me you'd have cramps and flops if you broke it," said Taffy. "He was quite right. But he didn't tell you anything about sign taboos, did he?" "No," said Taffy. "He said that if I showed you I had a real taboo of my own, you'd most likely put some real taboos on me." "Quite right, my only daughter dear," said Tegumai. "I'll give you some taboos that will simply amaze you. Stinging nettle taboos, sign taboos, black and white taboos, dozens of taboos. Now, attend to me. Do you know what this means?" Tegumai skiffled his forefinger in the air, snaky fashion. "That's taboo on wriggling when you're eating your dinner. It is an important taboo, and if you break it you'll have cramps, same as I did, or else I'll have to tattoo you all over." Taffy sat quite still through dinner, and then Tegumai held up his right hand in front of him, the fingers close together. "That's the still taboo, Taffy. Whenever I do that, you must stop as you are, whatever you're doing. If you're sewing, you must stop with the needle halfway through the deerskin. If you're walking, you stop on one foot. If you're climbing, you stop on one branch. You don't move again until you see me go like this." Tegumai put up his right hand and waved it in front of his face 2 or 3 times. "That's the sign for carry on. You can go on with whatever you're doing when you see me make that." "Aren't there any necklaces for that taboo?" said Taffy. "Yes, there's a red and black necklace, of course. But how can I come tramping through the fern to give you a still taboo necklace every time I see a deer or a rabbit and want you to be quiet?" said Tegumai. "I thought you were a better hunter than that. Why, I might have to shoot an arrow over your head the minute after I had put a still taboo on you." "But how would I know what you were shooting at?" said Taffy. "Watch my hand," said Tegumai. "You know the 3 little jumps a deer gives before he starts to run off like this?" He looped his forefinger 3 times in the air, and Taffy nodded. "When you see me do that, you'll know we've found a deer. A little jiggle of the forefinger means a rabbit." "Yes, rabbits run like that," said Taffy, and jiggled her forefinger the same way. "Squirrels a long, climby up twist in the air, like this." "Same as squirrels, kinking round trees. I see," said Taffy. "Otters a long, smooth, straight wave in the air, like this." "Same as otters swimming in a pool. I see," said Taffy. "And beavers just as if I was smacking somebody with my open hand." "Same as beavers' tails smacking on the water when they're frightened. I see." "Those aren't taboos. They're just signs to show you what I'm hunting. The still taboo is the thing you must watch, because it's a big taboo. I can put the still taboo on too," said Teshumai to Windrow, who was sewing deerskins together. "I can put it on you, Taffy, when you get too rowdy going to bed." "What happens if I break it?" said Taffy. "You can't break a taboo except by accident." "But suppose I did?" said Taffy. "You'd lose your own taboo necklace. You'd have to take it back to the head chief, and you'd just be called Taffy again, and not daughter of Tegumai. Or perhaps we'd change your name to Tabumai Skalumzulai, the bad thing who can't keep a taboo, and very likely you wouldn't be kissed for a day and night." Said Taffy. "I don't think taboos are fun at all." "Well, take your taboo necklace back to the head chief and say you want to be a kiddie again, O only daughter of Tegumai," said her daddy. "No," said Taffy. "Tell me more about taboos. Can't I have some more of my own, my very own,
strong taboos that give people tribal fits." "No," said her daddy, "you aren't old enough to be allowed to give people tribal fits. That pink necklace will do quite well for you." "Then tell me more about taboos," said Taffy. "But I'm sleepy, daughter dear. I'll just put taboo on any one talking to me till the sun gets behind that hill, and we'll go out in the evening and see if we can catch rabbits. Ask Mummy about the other taboos. It's a great comfort that you're a taboo girl, because now I shan't have to tell you anything more than once." Taffy talked quietly to her Mummy till the sun was in the right position. Then she waked Tegumai, and they got all their hunting things ready and went out into the woods. But just as she passed her little garden outside the cave, Taffy took off her taboo necklace and hung it on a rose bush. Her garden border was only marked with white stones, but she called the rose the real gate into it, and all the tribe knew it. "Who do you suppose you'll catch?" said Tegumai. "Wait and see till we come back," said Taffy. "The head chief said that anyone who breaks that taboo will have to stay in my garden till I let him out." They went along through the woods and crossed the Wagai River on a fallen tree, and they climbed up to the top of a big bare hill, where there were plenty of rabbits in the fern. "Remember, you're a taboo girl now," said Tegumai, when Taffy began to skitter about and ask questions instead of hunting for rabbits. And he made the still taboo sign, and Taffy stopped as if she had been turned into solid stone. She was stooping to tie up a shoestring, and she stayed still with her hand on the string. We know that kind of taboo, don't we, best beloved? Only she looked hard at her daddy, which you always must do when the still taboo is on. Presently, when he had walked a long way off, he turned round and made the carry on sign. So she walked forward quietly through the bracken, always looking at her daddy, and a rabbit jumped up in front of her. She was just going to throw her stick when she saw Tegumai make the still taboo sign, and she stopped with her mouth half open and her throwing stick in her hand. The rabbit ran towards Tegumai, and Tegumai caught it. Then he came across the fern and kissed her and said, "That's what I call a superior girl, daughter. It's some pleasure to hunt with you now, Taffy." A little while afterwards, a rabbit jumped up where Tegumai could not see it, but Taffy could, and she knew it was coming towards her if Tegumai did not frighten it. So she held up her hand, made the rabbit sign, so he would know that she wasn't in fun, and then she put the still taboo on her own daddy. She did, indeed she did, best beloved. Tegumai stopped with one foot half lifted to climb over an old tree trunk. The rabbit ran past Taffy, and Taffy killed it with her throwing stick. But she was so excited that she forgot to take off the still taboo for quite 2 minutes. And all that time Tegumai stood on one leg, not daring to put his other foot down. Then he came and kissed her, and threw her up in the air, and put her on his shoulder, and danced, and said, "My tribal word and testimony. This is what I call having a daughter that is a daughter, O only daughter of Tegumai." And Taffy was most tremendously and wonder hugely pleased. It was almost dark when they went home. They had 5 rabbits and 2 squirrels, as well as a water rat. Taffy wanted the water rat's skin for a shell purse. People had to kill water rats in those days because they couldn't buy purses. But we know that water rats are just as much taboo these particular days for you and me as anything else that is alive. "I think I've kept you out a little too late," said Tegumai, when they were near home, "and Mummy won't be pleased with us. Run home, Taffy. You can see the cave fire from here." Taffy ran along, and that very minute Tegumai heard something crackle in the bushes, and a big, lean, grey wolf jumped out and began to trot quietly after Taffy. Now, all the Tegumai people hated wolves and killed them whenever they could, and Tegumai had never seen one so close to his cave before. He hurried after Taffy, but the wolf heard him and jumped back into the bushes. Those wolves were afraid of grown-ups, but they used to try to catch the children of the tribe. Taffy was swinging the water rat and singing to herself. Her daddy had taken off all taboos, so she didn't notice anything. There was a little meadow close to the cave, and by the mouth of the cave Taffy saw a tall man standing in her rose garden, but it was too dark to make out properly. "I do believe my taboo necklace has truly caught somebody," she said, and she was still running up to look when she heard her daddy say, "Still, Taffy! Still, taboo, till I take it off." She stopped where she was, the water rat in one hand and the throwing stick in the other, only turning her head towards her daddy to be ready for the carry on sign. It was the longest still taboo she had had put on her all that day. Tegumai had stepped back close to the wood and was holding his stone throwing hatchet in one hand, and with the other he was making the still taboo sign. Then she thought she saw something black creeping sideways at her across the grass. It came nearer and nearer. Then it moved back a little, and then it crawled closer. Then she heard her daddy's stone throwing hatchet whir past her shoulder just like a partridge, and at the same time another hatchet whirled out from the rose garden, and there was a howl, and a big grey wolf lay kicking on the grass, quite dead. Then Tegumai picked her up and kissed her 7 times, and said, "My tribal word and testimony, Taffy, but you are a daughter to be proud of. Did you know what it was?" "I'm not sure," said Taffy, "but I think I guessed it was a wolf. I knew you wouldn't let it hurt me." "Good girl," said Tegumai, and he stooped over the wolf and picked up both hatchets. "Why, here's the head chief's hatchet," he said, and he held up the head chief's magic throwing hatchet with the big greenstone head. "Yes," said the head chief from inside Taffy's rose garden, "and I'd be very much obliged if you would bring it back to me. I came to call on you this afternoon, and accidentally I stepped into Taffy's garden before I saw her taboo necklace on the rose tree. So, of course, I had to wait till Taffy came back to let me out." Then the head chief, all in his feathers and shells, took the 3 sorrowful steps, with his head on one side, and said, "I broke taboo, I broke taboo, I broke taboo," and bowed solemnly and statelily before Taffy, till his tall eagle feathers nearly touched the ground, and he said and sang, "O daughter of Tegumai, I saw everything that happened. You are a true taboo girl. I am very pleased at you. At first I wasn't pleased because I had to wait in your garden since 6 o'clock, and I know you only put taboo on your garden for fun." "No, not fun," said Taffy. "I truly wanted to see if my taboo would catch anybody, but I didn't know that a little taboo like mine would work on a big head chief like you, O head chief." "I told you it worked. I gave it to you myself," said the head chief. "Of course it would work, but I don't mind. I want to tell you, Taffy, my dear, that I wouldn't have minded staying in your garden from 12 o'clock instead of only 6 o'clock to see how beautifully you kept that last still taboo that your daddy put on you. I give you my chiefly word, Taffy, that a great many men in the tribe wouldn't have kept that taboo as you kept it, with that wolf crawling up to you across the grass." "What are you going to do with the wolf skin, O head chief?" said Tegumai, because any animal that the head chief threw his hatchet at belonged to the head chief by the tribal custom of Tegumai. "I'm going to give it to Taffy, of course, for a winter cloak. I'll make her a magic necklace of her very own out of the teeth and claws," said the head chief, "and I'm going to have the story of Taffy and the still taboo painted on wood on the tribal taboo count, so that all the girl daughters of the tribe can see and know and remember and understand." Then all 3 went into the cave, and Teshumite Windrow gave them a most beautiful supper, and the head chief took off his eagle head feathers and all his necklaces, and when it was time for Taffy to go to bed in her own little cave, Tegumai and the head chief came in to say good night, and they romped all round the cave, and dragged Taffy over the floor on a deerskin, same as some people are dragged about on a hearthrug. And they finished by throwing the otterskin cushions about and knocking down a lot of old spears and fishing rods that were hung on the walls. At last things grew so rowdy that Teshumite Windrow came in and said, "Still! Still taboo on every one of you. How do you expect that child to go to sleep?" And they said the really good night, and Taffy went to sleep. After that, what happened? Oh, Taffy learned all the taboos, just like some people we know. She learned the white shark taboo, which made her eat up her dinner instead of playing with it, and that goes with a green and white necklace, you know. She learned the grown-up taboo, which prevented her from talking when Neolithic ladies came to call, and, you know, a blue and white necklace goes with that. She learned the owl taboo, which prevented her staring at strangers, and a black and blue necklace goes with that. She learned the open hand taboo, and we know a white necklace goes with that, which prevented her snapping and snarling when people borrowed things that belonged to her. And she learned 5 other taboos. But the chief thing she learned, and the one that she never broke, not even by accident, was the still taboo. That was why she was taken everywhere that her daddy went.
Pictures described by the author. 1. This is a picture of the tribal totem pole after it was put up on the banks of the Wagai River. That fat thing at the top is the tribal beaver of the tribe of Tegumai. It is carved from lime wood, and though you can't see the nails, it is nailed onto the rest of the pole, which is all in one piece. Below the beaver are 4 birds, 2 ducks, one of them looking at an egg, a sparrow bird, and a bird whose name I don't know. Below them is a rabbit. Below the rabbit is a weasel. Below the weasel a fox or dog, I'm not quite sure which, and below the dog 2 fishes. On the other side of the pole is an otter, a badger, a bison, and a wild horse. The rope that steadies the pole is looped round next to the fishes. This shows that the taboo is a fish taboo. If the head chief wanted to taboo the tribe killing rabbits or duck, he would have put the rope next to the rabbit or the duck carving, and so on with the other animals and birds. The 2 black figures below the rope are meant for the bad man who didn't keep taboo, and so grew all knobbly and uncomfy, and the good man who kept taboo and grew fat and round. They are painted on the pole with a paint made from oak apples and pounded up pieces of iron. At the very bottom of the pole, but there was not room to put it in the picture, are 6 copper rings to show that the taboo was to last for 6 months. You will see that there is nobody at all in the woods and hills behind. That is because the taboo is a strong taboo, and nobody would break it. 2. This is the picture that the head chief made of Taffy keeping the still taboo. It is done in the head chiefly style of the tribe of Tegumai, and it is full of taboo meanings and signs. The wolf is lying under what is meant to be a taboo tree. He is made squarely because that was the head chiefly way of drawing. All that wavy curly stuff underneath him is the taboo way of drawing grass, and below the grass is a thing like a piece of stone wall, which is the taboo way of drawing earth. Taffy is always drawn in outline, quite white. You will see her over to the right, keeping the still taboo very hard. I do not know why they did not draw the water rat that she was carrying, but I think it was because it wouldn't look pretty in the picture. Tegumai is standing over at the left, throwing his hatchet at the wolf. He is dressed in a cloak embroidered with the sacred beaver of the tribe, all turned into a pattern to show that he belonged to the tribe of Tegumai. He has a quiver with 2 arrows and a bow stuck into it, to show that he is hunting. He is making the still taboo sign with his left hand. Up above, in the right-hand corner, you will see the head chief standing in Taffy's garden, throwing his axe at the wolf. It is not a portrait of the head chief, but a sort of picture writing of all the head chief there was. The square cap and the feathers behind show that it is a head chief, and the sacred beaver drawn on the edge of his cloak shows that he is the head chief of the Tegumais. There is no face, because the face of a head chief does not matter. The double-headed beaver right in the middle of Taffy's garden shows that there is a taboo on the garden, which is why the head chief couldn't get out. The black door on the left is supposed to be the door into Taffy's cave, and those step things behind are hills and rocks drawn in the taboo way. The curly things under the 8 roses in pots are the taboo way of drawing short grass and turf. This is a picture that really ought to be coloured, because half the meaning is lost without the colours.
End of Taboo Tale by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Just So Stories by Rudyard Kipling, Chapter 13, The Butterfly That Stamped. This, O my best beloved, is a story, a new and a wonderful story, a story quite different from the other stories, a story about the most wise sovereign Suleiman bin Daoud, Solomon son of David. There are 355 stories about Suleiman bin Daoud, but this is not one of them. It is not the story of the lapwing who found the water, or the hoopoe who shaded Suleiman bin Daoud from the heat. It is not the story of the glass pavement, or the ruby with the crooked hole, or the gold bars of Balkis. It is the story of the butterfly that stamped. Now attend all over again and listen. Suleiman bin Daoud was wise. He understood what the beasts said, what the birds said, what the fishes said, and what the insects said. He understood what the rocks said deep under the earth, when they bowed in towards each other and groaned. And he understood what the trees said when they rustled in the middle of the morning. He understood everything, from the bishop on the bench to the hyssop on the wall. And Balkis, his head queen, the most beautiful Queen Balkis, was nearly as wise as he was. Suleiman bin Daoud was strong. Upon the third finger of the right hand he wore a ring. When he turned it once, afrits and jinns came out of the earth to do whatever he told them. When he turned it twice, fairies came down from the sky to do whatever he told them. And when he turned it 3 times, the very great angel Azrael of the sword came dressed as a water carrier, and told him the news of the 3 worlds, above, below, and here. And yet Suleiman bin Daoud was not proud. He very seldom showed off, and when he did, he was sorry for it. Once he tried to feed all the animals in all the world in one day, but when the food was ready, an animal came out of the deep sea and ate it up in 3 mouthfuls. Suleiman bin Daoud was very surprised and said, "O animal, who are you?" And the animal said, "O king, live forever. I am the smallest of 30,000 brothers, and our home is at the bottom of the sea. We heard that you were going to feed all the animals in all the world, and my brothers sent me to ask when dinner would be ready." Suleiman bin Daoud was more surprised than ever, and said, "O animal, you've eaten all the dinner that I made ready for all the animals in the world." And the animal said, "O king, live forever. But do you really call that a dinner? Where I come from, we each eat twice as much as that between meals." Then Suleiman bin Daoud fell flat on his face and said, "O animal, I gave that dinner to show what a great and rich king I was, but not because I really wanted to be kind to the animals. Now I am ashamed, and it serves me right." Suleiman bin Daoud was a really, truly wise man, best beloved. After that he never forgot that it was silly to show off. And now the real story part of my story begins. He married ever so many wives. He married 999 wives, besides the most beautiful Balkis, and they all lived in a great golden palace in the middle of a lovely garden with fountains. He didn't really want 999 wives, but in those days everybody married ever so many wives, and of course the king had to marry ever so many more just to show that he was the king. Some of the wives were nice, but some were simply horrid, and the horrid ones quarrelled with the nice ones and made them horrid too, and then they would all quarrel with Suleiman bin Daoud, and that was horrid for him. But Balkis the most beautiful never quarrelled with Suleiman bin Daoud. She loved him too much. She sat in her rooms in the golden palace, or walked in the palace garden, and was truly sorry for him. Of course, if he had chosen to turn his ring on his finger and call up the jinns and the afrits,
they would have magicked all those 999 quarrelsome wives into white mules of the desert, or greyhounds, or pomegranate seeds. But Sulayman bin Daoud thought that that would be showing off. So, when they quarrelled too much, he only walked by himself in one part of the beautiful palace gardens, and wished he had never been born. One day, when they had quarrelled for 3 weeks, all 999 wives together, Sulayman bin Daoud went out for peace and quiet as usual, and among the orange trees he met Balkis the most beautiful, very sorrowful because Sulayman bin Daoud was so worried. And she said to him, "O my lord and light of my eyes, turn the ring upon your finger and show these queens of Egypt and Mesopotamia and Persia and China that you are the great and terrible king." But Sulayman bin Daoud shook his head and said, "O my lady and delight of my life, remember the animal that came out of the sea and made me ashamed before all the animals in all the world, because I showed off. Now, if I showed off before these queens of Persia and Egypt and Abyssinia and China merely because they worry me, I might be made even more ashamed than I have been." And Balkis the most beautiful said, "O my lord and treasure of my soul, what will you do?" And Sulayman bin Daoud said, "O my lady and content of my heart, I shall continue to endure my fate at the hands of these 999 queens who vex me with their continual quarrelling." So he went on between the lilies and the locusts and the roses and the cannas and the heavy-scented ginger plants that grew in the garden, till he came to the great camphor tree that was called the camphor tree of Sulayman bin Daoud. But Balkis hid among the tall irises and the spotted bamboos and the red lilies behind the camphor tree, so as to be near her own true love, Sulayman bin Daoud. Presently 2 butterflies flew under the tree, quarrelling. Sulayman bin Daoud heard one say to the other, "I wonder at your presumption in talking like this to me. Don't you know that if I stamped with my foot, all Sulayman bin Daoud's palace and this garden here would immediately vanish in a clap of thunder?" Then Sulayman bin Daoud forgot his 999 bothersome wives and laughed, till the camphor tree shook at the butterfly's boast. And he held out his finger and said, "Little man, come here." The butterfly was dreadfully frightened, but he managed to fly up to the hand of Sulayman bin Daoud and clung there, fanning himself. Sulayman bin Daoud bent his head and whispered very softly, "Little man, you know that all your stamping wouldn't bend one blade of grass. What made you tell that awful fib to your wife? For doubtless she is your wife." The butterfly looked at Sulayman bin Daoud and saw the most wise king's eyes twinkle like the stars on a frosty night, and he picked up his courage with both wings, and he put his head on one side and said, "O king, live for ever. She is my wife, and you know what wives are like." Sulayman bin Daoud smiled in his beard and said, "Yes, I know, little brother." "I must keep them in order somehow," said the butterfly, "and she has been quarrelling with me all morning. I said that to quiet her." And Sulayman bin Daoud said, "It may quiet her. Go back to your wife, little brother, and let me hear what you say." Back flew the butterfly to his wife, who was all of a twitter behind a leaf, and she said, "He heard you. Sulayman bin Daoud himself heard you." "Heard me?" said the butterfly. "Of course he did. I meant him to hear me." "And what did he say? Oh, what did he say?" "Well," said the butterfly, fanning himself most importantly, "between you and me, my dear, of course I don't blame him, because his palace must have cost a great deal, and the oranges are just ripening. He asked me not to stamp, and I promised I wouldn't." "Gracious!" said his wife, and sat quite quiet. But Sulayman bin Daoud laughed till the tears ran down his face at the impudence of the bad little butterfly. Balkis, the most beautiful, stood up behind the tree among the red lilies and smiled to herself, for she had heard all this talk. She thought, "If I am wise, I can yet save my lord from the persecutions of these quarrelsome queens." And she held out her finger and whispered softly to the butterfly's wife, "Little woman, come here." Up flew the butterfly's wife, very frightened, and clung to Balkis's white hand. Balkis bent her beautiful head down and whispered, "Little woman, do you believe what your husband has just said?" The butterfly's wife looked at Balkis and saw the most beautiful queen's eyes shining like deep pools with starlight on them, and she picked up her courage with both wings and said, "O Queen, be lovely forever. You know what menfolk are like." And the Queen Balkis, the wise Queen of Sheba, put her hand to her lips to hide a smile, and said, "Little sister, I know." "They get angry," said the butterfly's wife, fanning herself quickly, "over nothing at all. But we must humour them, O Queen. They never mean half they say. It pleases my husband to believe that I believe that he can make Suleiman bin Daoud's palace disappear by stamping his foot. I'm sure I don't care. He'll forget about it tomorrow." "Little sister," said Balkis, "you are quite right. But the next time he begins to boast, take him at his word. Ask him to stamp, and see what will happen. We know what menfolk are like, don't we? He'll be very much ashamed." Away flew the butterfly's wife to her husband, and in 5 minutes they were quarrelling worse than ever. "Remember," said the butterfly, "remember what I can do if I stamp my foot." "I don't believe you one little bit," said the butterfly's wife. "I should very much like to see it done. Suppose you stamp now." "I promised Suleiman bin Daoud that I wouldn't," said the butterfly, "and I don't want to break my promise." "It wouldn't matter if you did," said his wife. "You couldn't bend a blade of grass with your stamping. I dare you to do it," she said. "Stamp, stamp, stamp." Suleiman bin Daoud, sitting under the camphor tree, heard every word of this, and he laughed as he had never laughed in his life before. He forgot all about his queens. He forgot all about the animal that came out of the sea. He forgot about showing off. He just laughed with joy. And Balkis, on the other side of the tree, smiled, because her own true love was so joyful. Presently the butterfly, very hot and puffy, came whirling back under the shadow of the camphor tree, and said to Suleiman, "She wants me to stamp. She wants to see what will happen. Oh, Suleiman bin Daoud, you know I can't do it, and now she'll never believe a word I say. She'll laugh at me to the end of my days." "No, little brother," said Suleiman bin Daoud, "she will never laugh at you again." And he turned the ring on his finger, just for the little butterfly's sake, not for the sake of showing off. And lo and behold, 4 huge jinns came out of the earth. "Slaves," said Suleiman bin Daoud, "when this gentleman on my finger," that was where the impudent butterfly was sitting, "stamps his left front forefoot, you will make my palace and these gardens disappear in a clap of thunder. When he stamps again, you will bring them back carefully. Now, little brother," he said, "go back to your wife and stamp all you've a mind to." Away flew the butterfly to his wife, who was crying.
"I dare you to do it! I dare you to do it! Stamp, stamp, now, stamp!"
Balkis saw the 4 vast jinns stoop down to the 4 corners of the gardens with the palace in the middle, and she clapped her hands softly and said, "At last Suleiman bin Daoud will do for the sake of a butterfly what he ought to have done long ago for his own sake, and the quarrelsome queens will be frightened." The butterfly stamped. The jinns jerked the palace and the gardens 1,000 miles into the air, and there was a most awful thunderclap, and everything grew inky black. The butterfly's wife fluttered about in the dark, crying,
"Oh, I'll be good. I'm so sorry I spoke. Only bring the gardens back, my dear darling husband, and I'll never contradict again."
The butterfly was nearly as frightened as his wife, and Suleiman bin Daoud laughed so much that it was several minutes before he found breath enough to whisper to the butterfly, "Stamp again, little brother. Give me back my palace, most great magician."
"Yes, give him back his palace,"
said the butterfly's wife, still flying about in the dark like a moth.
"Give him back his palace, and don't let's have any more horrid magic." "Well, my dear," said the butterfly as bravely as he could, "you see what your nagging has led to. Of course it doesn't make any difference to me. I'm used to this kind of thing. But as a favour to you and to Suleiman bin Daoud, I don't mind putting things right."
So he stamped once more, and that instant the jinns let down the palace and the gardens without even a bump. The sun shone in the dark green orange leaves. The fountains played among the pink Egyptian lilies. The birds went on singing, and the butterfly's wife lay on her side under the camphor tree, waggling her wings and panting,
Oh, I'll be good, I'll be good.
Suleiman bin Daoud could hardly speak for laughing. He leaned back all weak and hiccupy, and shook his finger at the butterfly, and said, "O great wizard, what is the sense of returning to me my palace, if at the same time you slay me with mirth?" Then came a terrible noise, for all the 999 queens ran out of the palace, shrieking and shouting and calling for their babies. They hurried down the great marble steps below the fountain, 100 abreast, and the most wise Balkis went statelily forward to meet them, and said, "What is your trouble, O queens?" They stood on the marble steps, 100 abreast, and shouted, "What is our trouble? We are living peacefully in our golden palace, as is our custom, when upon a sudden the palace disappeared, and we were left sitting in a thick and noisome darkness, and it thundered, and jinns and afrits moved about in the darkness. That is our trouble, O head queen, and we are most extremely troubled on account of that trouble, for it was a troublesome trouble, unlike any trouble we have known." Then Balkis, the most beautiful queen, Suleiman bin Daoud's very best beloved, queen that was of Sheba and Sable and the rivers of the gold of the south, from the desert of Zin to the towers of Zimbabwe, Balkis, almost as wise as the most wise Suleiman bin Daoud himself, said, "It is nothing, O queens. A butterfly has made a complaint against his wife because she quarrelled with him, and it has pleased our lord Suleiman bin Daoud to teach her a lesson in low speaking and humbleness, for that is counted a virtue among the wives of the butterflies." Then up and spoke an Egyptian queen, the daughter of a pharaoh, and she said, "Our palace cannot be plucked up by the roots like a leek for the sake of a little insect. No, Suleiman bin Daoud must be dead, and what we heard and saw was the earth thundering and darkening at the news." Then Balkis beckoned that bold queen without looking at her, and said to her and to the others, "Come and see." They came down the marble steps, 100 abreast, and beneath his camphor tree, still weak with laughing, they saw the most wise King Suleiman bin Daoud rocking back and forth with a butterfly on either hand, and they heard him say, "O wife of my brother in the air, remember after this to please your husband in all things, lest he be provoked to stamp his foot yet again, for he has said that he is used to this magic, and he is most eminently a great magician, one who steals away the very palace of Suleiman bin Daoud himself. Go in peace, little folk." And he kissed them on the wings, and they flew away. Then all the queens except Balkis, the most beautiful and splendid Balkis, who stood apart smiling, fell flat on their faces, for they said, "If these things are done when a butterfly is displeased with his wife, what shall be done to us who have vexed our king with our loud speaking and open quarrelling through many days?" Then they put their veils over their heads, and they put their hands over their mouths, and they tiptoed back to the palace, most mousy quiet. Then Balkis, the most beautiful and excellent Balkis, went forward through the red lilies into the shade of the camphor tree, and laid her hand upon Suleiman bin Daoud's shoulder, and said, "O my lord and treasure of my soul, rejoice, for we have taught the queens of Egypt and Ethiopia and Abyssinia and Persia and India and China a great and a memorable teaching." And Suleiman bin Daoud, still looking after the butterflies where they played in the sunlight, said, "O my lady and jewel of my felicity, when did this happen? For I have been jesting with a butterfly ever since I came into the garden." And he told Balkis what he had done. Balkis, the tender and most lovely Balkis, said, "O my lord and regent of my existence, I hid behind the camphor tree, and I saw it all. It was I who told the butterfly's wife to ask the butterfly to stamp, because I hoped that for the sake of the jest my lord would make some great magic, and that the queens would see it and be frightened." And she told him what the queens had said and seen and thought. Then Suleiman bin Daoud rose up from his seat under the camphor tree, and stretched his arms and rejoiced, and said, "O my lady and sweetener of my days, I know that if I had made a magic against my queens for the sake of pride or anger, as I made that feast for all the animals, I should certainly have been put to shame. But by means of your wisdom I have made the magic for the sake of a jest, and for the sake of a little butterfly. And behold, it has also delivered me from the vexations of my vexatious wives. Tell me, therefore, O my lady and heart of my heart, how did you come to be so wise?" And Balkis the Queen, beautiful and tall, looked up into Sulayman bin Daoud's eyes, and put her head a little on one side, just like the butterfly, and said, "First, O my lord, because I loved you, and secondly, O my lord, because I know what women folk are." Then they went up to the palace and lived happily ever afterwards. But wasn't it clever of Balkis? There was never a queen like Balkis from here to the wide world's end. But Balkis talked to a butterfly as you would talk to a friend. There was never a king like Solomon, not since the world began. But Solomon talked to a butterfly as a man would talk to a man. She was the Queen of Sabea, and he was Asia's lord. But they both of them talked to butterflies when they took their walks abroad.
Pictures described by the author. 1. This is the picture of the animal that came out of the sea and ate up all the food that Sulayman bin Daoud had made ready for all the animals in all the world. He was really quite a nice animal, and his mummy was very fond of him, and of his 29,999 other brothers that lived at the bottom of the sea. You know that he was the smallest of them all, and so his name was Small Porgies. He ate up all those boxes and packets and bales and things that had been got ready for all the animals, without ever once taking off the lids or untying the strings, and it did not hurt him at all. The sticky-up masts behind the boxes of food belonged to Sulayman bin Daoud's ships. They were busy bringing more food when Small Porgies came ashore. He did not heat the ships. They stopped unloading the foods and instantly sailed away to sea till Small Porgies had quite finished eating. You can see some of the ships beginning to sail away by Small Porgies' shoulder. I've not drawn Sulayman bin Daoud, but he is just outside the picture, very much astonished. The bundle hanging down from the mast of the ship in the corner is really a package of wet dates for parrots to eat. I don't know the names of the ships. That's all there is in that picture. 2. This is the picture of the 4 gull-winged jinns lifting up Sulayman bin Daoud's palace the very minute after the butterfly had stamped. The palace and the gardens and everything came up in one piece like a board, and they left a big hole in the ground, all full of dust and smoke. If you look in the corner, close to the thing that looks like a lion, you will see Sulayman bin Daoud with his magic stick and the 2 butterflies behind him. The thing that looks like a lion is really a lion carved in stone, and the thing that looks like a milk can is really a piece of a temple or a house or something. Sulayman bin Daoud stood there so as to be out of the way of the dust and the smoke when the jinns lifted up the palace. I don't know the jinns' names. They were servants of Sulayman bin Daoud's magic ring, and they changed about every day. They were just common gull-winged jinns. The thing at the bottom of the picture is a very friendly jinn called a Craig. He used to feed the little fishes in the sea 3 times a day, and his wings were made of pure copper. I put him in to show you what a nice jinn is like. He did not help lift the palace. He was busy feeding little fishes in the Arabian Sea when it happened. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. End of The Butterfly That Stamped, and end of the Just So stories by Rudyard Kipling.